of the new ball swing, so to speak. Academy. So you are a current coach of the National Academy, Cricket Academy. Of course, Vincent Lewis, very popular name on Ireland. Of course, I'm going to just welcome him now. Good morning to you, Vincent Lewis.
Morning, Mr. Bertrand. Good morning to the viewers. We're having a lovely match there today. Lovely weather, Crampton.
Yeah, certainly.
Hoping that our boys could come out on the winning side today.
Yeah, certainly. They are already on a winning streak, of course. So 2-on-2, 2 of 2. And if they win today, it will be 3 of 3. And good delivery there, just outside the off stump. Just looking to drive on the up and wasn't able to make contact. So, yes, Vincent Lewis, tell us, you are the coach of the Cricket Academy. So just give us some, some insights, perhaps some information on what has been transpiring in recent times, especially leading up to this tournament.
Well, we've had them boys scoring through the paces throughout the months, throughout the year. We have a real good group of youngsters here. Also, we have Sean, the captain of the under 15, the Windwards under 15, who resides in Barbados. He and Alex, they joined the team, and they're very good members of the team. We could see that they have something special about them. I really love the look of young Sean, trying his best to carry the ball up and forcing the batsman to play.
Yes, Sean Joseph, that is the man who is into the attack now. Good length ball just outside the off stump. And the batter again is beaten. All ends up.
Yes, as I was telling you, Bertrand, this young man really has something special about him. We could see that he's troubling the batsman on and around the off stump, carrying the ball up and letting it talk.
Yeah, certainly. And that's precisely what he needs to be doing, of course. It's the new ball. You'll just focus on landing the ball in the right areas and, of course, allow the pitch to do the rest. And so far, he has been doing that.
Yes, not bad at all from the young man.
Well, it's 7 now with a loss after the third. Of course, the news or the story from the middle is that St. Lucia has won the toss and they've opted to bat first. So St. Lucia is taking the first knock here at the Benjamin Park.
Yes, Bertrand, I think St. Lucia is under a bit of pressure, having lost the last game badly against Grenada team, chasing a low total, and they could not get over the line. So I think they're under a bit of pressure this morning. Hence, they decided to come and bat, put a total on the board, and look to restrict our team.
Yes, certainly, but they've also have a victory in their back. So they're 1-on-1. So they're not totally out of the woods. But that game yesterday was a surprising loss. In fact, they were in the driving seat, if you were to ask me, Vincent Lewis. And somewhere about the halfway stage of the game, things began to go downhill for them. And they ended up losing that match. Of course, credit must go to Grenada for bowling very well, excellently. Yes, Vincent Lewis.
Yes, I must say the young off-spinner from Grenada had a brilliant spell, picking up some 6 wickets for 26 runs. That was excellent from him. I thought also the St. Lucians were a bit too attacking against him.
Okay, so I think I get your point here, Vincent Lewis. You are saying that because of the fact that they had many deliveries left to face, and that the required run rate was not very much at all. It was not significant.
Exactly.
So they could have just bat out the innings, just play regular, normal cricket. Even red ball cricket could do.
Exactly. A bit of test match cricket.
A bit of test match cricket could even take them home in that situation.
Yes, as we see Dante at the top of his mark. Comes in, holds one on the batsman legs, flicks it into the mid-wicket area, gets one.
Yes, so St. Lucia currently is 10 without loss after the third over. We are into the fourth over now. Just 2 more balls left in this over. Benjamin's the man into the attack, putting from the Indian River end or the highway end, the southern end that is, of Benjamin's Park. And it's really a brilliant sunny day here at these grounds in the north. Of course, there's another match taking place down there in Grand Bay. Vincent, yeah, the Geneva playing field.
We have the Vincentians taking on the Grenadians in Grand Bay.
And of course, we'll bring you updates as the day progresses. Benjamin outside the off stump, and the batter ignores this one. That's Thomas, Jamaican Thomas. And of course, that's also the end of the over. 10 without loss after 4.
Not bad going, Crampton. Pretty much even Stevens.
Yes, the current run rate is not very high though, but again, it's the start, and you know you want to have a look as an opening pair, and you don't want to be too rash. Remember, they lost their match yesterday to Grenada, and you said earlier that they were a bit too aggressive based on the situation. That aggression wasn't called for; it wasn't necessary. Today, they are a bit careful, so perhaps that could be part of the reason why they're a bit more careful than usual. Only 2.5 runs and over they are going at the moment. And of course, we'd expect them to try to, increase that, to up the tempo a little bit, seeing that this is wide ball cricket. It's the 50 of the match. And of course, in that version of cricket, you will need your striker to be a bit higher.
Yes, Crampton. But I think these batsmen are just assessing before they try to chance the arm. It's important that we assess as openers, see what the ball is doing, get used to the wicket, and then you can chance your arms in terms of choosing a bowler and looking to go after the bowler.
Were you an opener, Vincent Lewis, by any chance?
Well, I've done it before.
I heard you just say that, we have to assess the situation. So I was just wondering if you ever played that role to open the batting.
Definitely, Crampton. I've did it before. And like I tell you, against the new ball, it's not as easy as it may seem. Sometimes the ball talk, like we say. It moves in, it moves away, and it can be really difficult as an open batsman. So it's important that you assess, see what the ball is doing, and then you get into your work.
Yes, Vincent Lewis perfectly said there. Ready to have a look there. The ball is new, it's shiny, it's moving around off that seam as well and through the air. And that's a natural phenomenon that occurs whenever you bowl that new ball. It just happens naturally. And as an open batter, you have to really assess. Have a good look. Watch the ball much longer and harder. Your concentration must be really on point. Your technique, superb. You can't take things for granted, especially up front.
Well bowled by young Joseph again. Just carrying the ball up, on around the off stumps and beating the batsman. Batsman going for the big cover drive and missing completely.
Yeah, certainly just did not negotiate well there on that occasion. I was looking to go for cover because there's mid-off, there's cover, extra cover. There's a man at short backward point, third man. First sleeping is in place. There's also a short mid-wicket. Just in front of square, there's short mid-on, on about the 30-yard circle. So I suspect right now there is the fielding restriction. Only 2 men are allowed outside the circle during the fielding restriction period. Vincent Lewis?
Definitely, Crampton. We're in the power play now and only two guys. We're in the first power play and only 2 guys can be outside the circle.
And in this situation right now, we have deep man. He's a bit wideish. He's not straight. He's a bit wideish. And we have long leg, or fine leg rather. So we have deep fine leg. He's exactly on the boundary at the moment. And there is third man who is a bit wideish, not very straight. Yes. So these are the 2 men that are outside the 30-yard circle. Oh, lifting delivery there. Was a bit surprised by that bounce. And of course, this takes us to the end of the over. Vincent?
Yes, Crampton. A lovely delivery here again by young Joseph. I tell you what, Crampton, I've been following this man for a while now, from the under 15, and I think this young guy has something special about him with the new ball. He puts the new ball in the right areas and he challenges the batsman technique. He swings it in and out. He's something special, this young man.
Yeah, certainly, Vincent Luis, I know that you've been around, of course, this youngster for a little bit, so you would be able to tell us much about him. And based on what I've seen so far, I think what you just said is quite accurate. So he will get, of course, stronger as he gets older. So at least I anticipate a quicker bowler in the future.
Definitely, Crampton. I mean, this guy is only 14 years playing at the under 19 level. I mean, we have quite a bit of 14-year-olds playing in this competition, quite a bit of youngsters playing in this competition. So it all says good stuff for Windward Islands cricket and West Indies cricket.
Yeah, certainly. And Dominican cricket as well. First, to replace the likes of you and all the others. Have you
Definitely,
seen any
Crampton.
left arm bowler coming up that could, easily replace you as fast bowler for
Well,
the national
yeah, I
team?
mean, there's a few lefties going around. In the region, that is in the
The
Windwards,
region.
in the Windwards.
But
that
I'm
is.
referring to on islands.
Well, on Island, there's also a few. There are two of them who I think that could go all the way. Pretty young, but I think if we work with them, these guys can develop into good prospects.
Okay. First, Benjamin, Dante Benjamin continues operation from the southern end. That is the Indian River end. One of the beautiful sights, of course, on islands that a number of tourists come to visit and enjoy. Right here in the north of the island of Dominica, in the town of Portsmouth. And we have also other sites, of course, like the Cabrits National Park. And the wonderful bay, of course. So far, in fact, the current run rate has decreased. So it seems as if the bowling has gotten even a bit better. The batter are not ready to begin unleashing yet. And he's bitten there. Could he be given out? No. Mr. Larrock is unmoved on this occasion. But it was a very good delivery there. Of course, it seems as if the batter was totally bewildered by that particular delivery.
Yes,
Vincent Lewis.
Crampton. We see Dante Benjamin coming right up into the batsman's legs, swinging the ball in and almost getting the batsman to fall over trying to get bat on that ball. Lovely delivery by Dante Benjamin.
Yes, Thomas knew absolutely nothing about this particular delivery. And kudos, of course, must go to Dante Benjamin. Of course, I see Scotty moving around. I'm sure he will join us later on, Vincent Lewis.
Definitely.
The comebacks.
Definitely.
Back of a length, and the batter is having a go. Where did that shot come from, Vincent
Well, I
Lewis?
guess it's pressure from the bowling. Dante and Joseph have been hitting the lines and the lengths right. And the batsman wants to do something about it. Just standing up and swinging the bat. Not actually getting to the pitch of the ball. In fact, the ball wasn't pitch up. It was a back of a length ball. And he just stood there and swing. Well bowled by Dante.
Yes, of course, that ball wasn't there at all for that particular shot. So, as you quite rightly said, the pressure that has been mounted on them so far by very good bowling. Of course, the run rate has dropped to 1.7. So, they're not going very well at all as far as the runs. Full toss, and even that, he didn't take advantage of. And so, that is what happened. The psychology there. When you are under pressure, when you are restricted that much, sometimes a gift comes, a dolly comes to take advantage of, and not even that you're able to.
I tell you what, Compton. Sometimes we see full tosses and we tend to think that a full toss is the easiest delivery, that you should always be hitting a full toss. But I tell you what, as someone who plays the game, I think sometimes full tosses can be really difficult to get away, Crampton.
I know, Vincent. In fact, I have actually commented on that before in other tournaments. Not all full tosses are easy to get away. And
Like
you
the
are
last
very
one
right.
we
You are
just
very
saw.
correct.
This one was actually dipping because the height it left the hand, we could see that it dipped almost down to the stumps.
Yes,
so it was
Vincent.
a very difficult delivery to get away, Crampton.
Yes, certainly, Vincent. I'm beginning to believe that you already open the batting on occasions for your teams, because from experience, that is quite correct what you are saying. Not all full tosses are easy to dispatch. Sometimes they swing a lot, especially if it's the new ball, and sometimes they deep, as you just mentioned. So, perfect analysis there, Vincent Luis. You are really sounding like an experienced player. Although you are mainly known for a fast bowler, but I know that you are no slouch with the bat. I know you can
Definitely,
handle your hand,
Crampton.
as
I
we say.
always back myself with the bat to get runs. And I think as a cricketer, you should never settle down as in terms of doing one thing.
Yeah,
You're a
certainly.
batsman, you should be able to hold the ball. You should be able to do something in the field to help your team. You're a bowler, you should be able to contribute with the bat.
Yeah,
In these
certainly.
days of cricket, there's no such thing as I am a bowler or I am a batsman. You should
Especially
be
in
able to
modern
do
cricket.
everything.
Jason Joseph continues operation. Has bowled 3.2 so far, 2 muddins, only conceded 1 run, going at 0.3 runs and over. Extremely well. Back off a length, and the batter is forced into defense. Watching the ball very carefully there, and he isn't able to beat any fielder.
Yes, young Joseph has been really hitting the hard lengths, making it difficult as possible for the batsmen.
Interestingly, you know, that this passage of play, although not as long as what I saw in an international match between Sri Lanka, could be caught. He's dropped straight to the man at extra cover, and of course he was put down. Vincent Lewis.
Yes, this delivery was pitched up to the batsman, and he was onto the front foot, driving it to the covers in the air, uppishly. And the fielder here, I think, is who is that fielder, Crampton? I'm not making out who, but he's dropped the catch. Catch him!
Kenneth Valmore is the man putting on that catch. Vincent Lewis.
Yes, it was dropped by Kenneth.
Kenneth Valmore.
As we see Joshan coming back with a lovely delivery here. And I think this was also dropped, Crampton, because we could see the keeper on his hunches. Disappointed.
So that's 2 catches back to back. One in front of the wicket and one behind. They have to be careful here, because sometimes these catches, they return to bite. So hopefully that does not happen in this match, Vincent Lewis.
Yes, Crampton. I think we need to take our catches. Lovely delivery once again by young Joseph, carrying the ball right up and beating the batsman. Yorker length delivery. Well bowled.
Yeah, certainly very good delivery, and it was a bit quicker as well. The batter was beaten, of course, by some pace there. Ball came much quicker than he expected. And, of course, that takes us to the end of the over. So after 7, it is 12 without loss. So the score now is currently 12 without loss. So the run rate is still not very impressive, just 1.7. Partnership of 12, only 12 of 47 deliveries.
Yes, Crampton. The bowlers has really been keeping it tight on the batsmen, and I think one of the batsmen has to try to put the bowler off his length.
Yes, of course. They really need to begin taking a few chances here and there.
Because we're in the power play, and I think that is the time when only 2 players are outside. This is your opportunity to get a few boundaries, get your team going. Somebody has to do something about it.
Yes, certainly. Because, yeah, as you quite rightly said, that's the power play period. Of course, in this field setting, it's easier to pierce the gap. There's nobody behind mid-off or mid-on. There's nobody behind the mid-wicket. So there are lots of gaps just behind the circle. So if the batter can succeed at finding the gap past the fielders on about the 30-yard circle, then very likely they will get more than just a single.
Yes, Crampton, as we see a lovely delivery once again by Dante Benjamin, carrying the ball right up and beating the batsman on the inside edge, swinging the ball back into him. Lovely bowling from the Dominicans.
But I think they're a bit too careful now, and perhaps it's because of that defeat of yesterday. I don't think they imagined losing that match yesterday, and so that has really caused some over carefulness here. Misfield there at point, and the batters will cross over for 1. So I think they have just been over careful.
Yes, Crampton, I tell you what, when you lose a game this badly, especially a game that you think that you should be winning, and you end up on the losing side, this can really take a toll on the players. So it's important that, like I tell you, it's important that these two at the crease set the foundation, build a partnership, so that the others can come in and play freely.
Yeah, certainly. Because they had a much better start yesterday against Grenada. Much quicker start than that.
Yes, I just thought that they were a bit too aggressive, like I told you
Yeah, they
earlier.
were too aggressive, but, I don't think they imagined losing so many wickets, in such quick succession after losing the openers and the number 3 batter. So I think because of that, they made an adjustment, but I'm hoping that adjustment is not a very big one, not too big, because given the fact that they are only producing 1.7 runs and over, yes, it's still at that, compared to what they did yesterday. So sometimes you can overcompensate in your adjustment.
Definitely, Crampton.
And
I think that is what's happening right now. We can tell that they're a bit afraid of playing the shots.
They do not want to find themselves in a similar situation like yesterday.
Lovely delivery again from Dante Benjamin, coming wrong the wicket, getting the ball to angle in and then leave the left-hander. Good bowling from the Dominicans as we come to the end of the over.
Yeah, so after 8, it is 13 without loss. They are currently going at 1.6, so it dropped a bit again. So just 1.6 runs and over for St. Lucia. So, of course, kudos must go to the Dominican attack.
I must say, though, Crampton, I think that's quite a bit of catches I've been seeing going down by the Dominicans. Yes, we've been winning games, but I think there's some tightening up need to be done in terms of catching.
Catches win matches, as is always said. So kudos must go to the bowlers. They've been coming back because for other oppositions that are more efficient with the bat, you drop me a few times and you pay the price.
Definitely, Crampton.
Kudos really must go to the bowlers. As the batters, of course, taking another single here. They're showing some finesse there, some dexterity, using the pace of the bat.
Well played by the batsman. Yes. Just letting the ball come to him and angling the bat, opening the face, down to third man, 1 run.
Yes. So, Vincent, is that a shot that you would play as well?
Yes, Crampton, especially against the new ball. It's important that you watch the ball closely, you let it come to you, play it under your eyes. As we say, Crampton, you should know that as an open batsman.
Yes, certainly, because that is a shot that you have to play very often, especially the back of a length deliveries. This one of the outside half of the bat towards backward point. And the batters will, of course, cross for 115 now it is, without loss. You see potential, Chan, watching you,
As the batsman comes on the front foot and drives this one, but straight to the mid-off. Still, they run 1. Joseph has been bowling very well, Crampton. What do you think of the youngster?
Yes, he has been really showing a lot of maturity, especially and good control with the ball, discipline as well, landing the ball very often in the right areas, in the zone of doubt, good length. The batter, asking the batter whether to come forward or go back. And whenever you see that from a bowler, you know that's a very good sign. That's a man that understands, where to pitch the ball and how to make it more difficult, I would say, for the batters. So that's a good sign. If he has already mastered that so early at the age of 14, then who knows what can happen later on.
Sky is the limit for the youngsters.
Sky is the limit, certainly. And Edmond Morancy is in the house, of course, the former under-19 national player, has a big smile on his face. Yesterday, interestingly, he was demonstrating what he would have done with a short ball. I think he's part of the ground staff. So even when he's not playing, he is contributing
Good
in other ways.
Bowling once again from Joseph. in around that off stump, on that hard length, forcing the batsman back. All the batsman could do was just stab at that ball. No run.
Yeah, so it's now 16 without loss. Well, actually, it was Sunday. Vincent Luis just brought to my attention. Yesterday was actually a rest day, so the last match was played on Sunday. So Benjamin continues operation from the southern end. Has bowled 4 overs thus far. Is going at 2.3 runs and over. Has bowled 1 maiden, and so far has only conceded 10 runs. So all the bowlers so far has a similar figure. Very low economy rate.
Yes, Crampton. I think the bowlers has been hitting the areas, but it's one thing looming. They haven't got a wicket. And
yes, interestingly, no wickets yet.
As long as St. Lucia doesn't lose their wicket, they'll be happy with that. I think the Dominicans need to try to get 1 or 2 wickets.
Yes, certainly, Vincent Luis, you're quite accurate on your assessment of things. And like I was trying to tell you earlier, that I was looking at an international match. I think I've said that before, between Australia and Sri Lanka, a 50-over match. And it was Shane Watson, and I think it was George Bailey, one of the aggressive batters of Australia, opening the batting against Sri Lanka. They faced 10 overs straight without scoring much runs. Very uncharacteristic in white ball cricket, 50 over. Australia to have faced 10 overs, 60 balls straight, and you just about 30, 40 runs. That's very, very uncharacteristic. 10 overs. Runs began to flow. So it was test cricket for 10 overs straight. In fact, the commentator said, man, they've never seen such bowling in a very long time. Accuracy. Restriction. The batters could do nothing. The wicket, the pitch, favored the bowling at the time, and they were very accurate on it. And so, do you know the batters actually showed patience? They weathered the storm, Vincent Luis. George Bailey, I think it was, and Shane Watson.
Yes,
they weathered the storm.
Yes, Crampton. Like I told you before, it's important against the new ball, when you have bowlers bowling well, that you try to weather the storm. You try your best to apply yourself, let the ball come to you, leave good balls, and put bad balls away. Eventually, things will get much easier. When the sheen comes off that ball, it's much easier. The ball gets a bit softer. It's much easier to play, Crampton.
And that's precisely what transpired in that particular match that I'm talking about.
Yes, Crampton.
Runs began to flow, and they got up to a very respectable and competitive total.
And knowing the solutions, I think that is just what they're doing. But these guys are very aggressive. Normally in the Windward Islands tournament, solutions are very, very aggressive. So I think they're just trying to weather the storm against the new ball and then come hard in the back end.
Yes, that I suspect is the plan. So you see off the new ball, you give your team that good start. It does not have to be very fast. There are plenty of overs to be faced still. Of course, the run rate just increased just a little bit. So it's now 2.1 runs on over. 20 would have lost the score. We're into the 10th over now. And Dante Benjamin continues his work from the highway end, the southern end that is, of Benjamin's Park. Interestingly, we have very good weather here today. Clear skies and lovely sunshine streaming down brightly on the grounds. Perfect conditions for play for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park.
Definitely, Crampton. Lovely conditions. Hot weather, bright skies. I must say the pitch looks good to bat, Crampton.
Yes, interestingly, it looks very inviting for batting. Of course, I'd love to bat on a wicket like this, although I would prefer the surface on the western side. It's the end of the over, and after 9 or 10 rather, it is 20 without loss.
As we get our first drinks break, Crampton.
Yes, so it's drinks breaks now. Of course, just before we take our break as well, we just want to remind you that this is the 2026 Windward Islands on the 19 Super 6 tournament, 50 over tournament. And of course, Dominica currently is taking on St. Lucia here at the Benjamin's Park. And as we take our break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay pick up Wicket. Fontaine has a golden arm. And this one is blasted over long on for 4. Very good shot there. And it seems as if the solution beginning to open up now after a very, very slow start, very docile start. We are seeing signs of aggression. You ready? So that was really blasted over mid-on for 4. Very Thomas is the man on strike. He's on 9 of 28. National team. Yasinho Fontaine, the captain. Strike it up just into the another shot in the very air. Very good all rounder. Will it be taken? Also has prowess with the ball falling in no man's land. Will cross over for a few runs. So as I say, good morning to Scotland. I usually call you Scotty, Scotland. But I know that you are here on other duties. You are the third umpire, it appears. Match referee. So Scotty actually is the match referee. But sometimes, give us some assistance here in the come box. And again, Scotty.
Well, I say good morning to our listeners and viewers in radio, TV land. And we see that the St. Lucians are decided after the break to go on the attack.
Yes, I think they were advised, I suspect, by their coach to be a bit more aggressive because their start was a very, very slow one. Yeah. At a certain stage, they were going at only 1.6 runs and over. They went as low as 1.6 runs and over. That is not acceptable, especially in a 50-over match.
50 match, because I come there, I see that they at the break, basically they were 22 at 2.1 or something like that.
So yes. Pretty at the end of the over, the 11th over that is currently 31 without loss. Of course, Thomas, that's Jemion Thomas, is on 11, and his partner, Fanis, is on 12. So earlier, of course, Joseph was bowling. That is the son of the former president of the Dominica Cricket Association, Glenn Joseph. That is his son, actually, the Joseph guy. We used to call him Popo when he was much younger, as a little boy, into the grassroots cricket program of his father, held right here at the Benjamin's Park. And today he's on the national team. Interesting. Good ball.
I think only Joseph, I think he had about like 2 or 3 sons that represent Dominica.
Yes, so you are quite right on that. So it's Dylan John, the new bowler, into the attack from the short lane, number 10. And he's coming in, it appears, from around the wicket. So he has chosen to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander. That is Fanis, Royston Fanis. And he's on 12. 12 of 36 deliveries.
I think Fanis is always shaping well. And he just steer that ball down to fine leg there for a single.
Well, actually, it's a bye. So there was no contact,
contact with the ball. It almost looked like there was a little deflection from our vantage point right up here.
Yeah, so as you quite rightly observed, that the St. Lucians, of course, are beginning to step on the gas and change a few gears to up their tempo a bit and their strike rate. So I'm sure from this point we'll begin to see more shots by these openers. In the air, could it be a given out card? Yeah. The batter is walking down, of course, the ball coming off the edge of the bat and going straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper. A very easy catch there. Of course, that's, as we would say in local language, fishing at this one.
Yeah, fishing outside the off stamp.
And
the ball was there for the cut, but I suspect it will come back a little bit into him and it cramped him for space.
Perhaps, exactly. Yeah. Perhaps he was cramped for room there, looking for the cut shot, but he was cramped for room, and instead of getting the middle of the blade of the bat, and of course produced an edge towards the keeper. So St. Lucia, of course, losing their first scalp for 33. So it's 33 for 1. The score. They are done by slip. Alex is the man doing such good fielding. Number 25,
25.
Scotty.
Alex, big man at first step, was able to stop that ball down. And I think Dylan Jonas is as a ball in a good line, a good length. If you look at
Yes.
this, he's not expert speed, but he's ball in a good line and length.
Yeah, slow medium, but quite accurate. This one well negotiated there, but straight to man. The man at extra cover. So there is a long off, Scotty. There
Right
is
on the fence.
no extra cover in place, actually. There's cover. There's cover point.
Mid off, maybe. But he was
Yeah,
always
so there's
in
long off. There's mid wicket.
yeah.
There's long on. There's a man at deep fine leg. That could have been a chance of a run out there, Scotty.
Yeah.
But well.
Yeah, the thing is that we have to capitalize sometimes, put pressure on the batters. That you need your fielding, like attack the ball and then throw back at the stumps quickly.
Yes, and also the
Yeah.
other way, put pressure on the fielding side too
Yeah.
by taking the quick singles and force the errors, the fielding errors,
Yeah.
because that happens as well.
You could get some overthrows in the process.
Yes,
Yeah.
34 for 1 the score.
Yeah, 34 after 12 and the very sparsely populated today.
Yes, it's a bit early still. Of course, it's the weekday, and unlike the first day where there was a lot of people here, a lot of fans, we expect more people to trickle in as the time goes by. Good delivery there by Fontaine, the captain himself. Nice zip there. For his size, I find he's a bit nippy.
Yeah, he's nippy.
For his
and
size,
Osinio,
for
but
his
it's-
stature,
it's-
his physical
it-
stature.
It was well built.
Yes, it's
If you look at his build, it's well
Yes.
built. Yeah.
yeah, but he's not a
And
very
he
big
can-
man.
He can charge in and bowl fast.
But he's able to produce some good medium pace, and he's getting some bounce as well. Some
But
nice.
Osinio is what is it? Is he more of a batter than a
He- Of a batter, he's an all-rounder. I would consider him a genuine all-rounder because he's quite proficient, both with bat and ball.
Yeah.
So he's the type of player that you give. If you give the ball, he will make something happen for you.
Yeah.
He goes into bat, he will score on. Good Yorker length delivery. So he has a very good sense of bowling, and he reads the game well. He reads the bat as well.
Yeah.
You know,
But-
he's, yeah.
I would say it is a versatile type of player that you need sometime. A good all-rounder.
Very
Yeah.
genuine
That-
all-rounder.
yeah.
That's how I see him. That's Fontaine. Very genuine all-rounder.
Daniel that time stroking the ball for the covers for 2. What is it? 21 for 1 here at Benjamin's back. Oh, that time is beaten outside the off stump. That ball went right through the defense here of Daniel. Jonathan Daniel. Top under. batting for St. Lucia.
Yes, Scotty, I have some statistics here. So far in the tournament of all the 4 teams participating. Chance of a run out, and of course, wasn't able to execute well. So, Scotty, I have some statistics here. So far in the tournament, most runs scored by Aiden Burton of Dominica. He has 88 runs. Most wickets by Shamil Hillier of Grenada. He has 6. We have highest score of 58 by Aiden Burton from Dominica. We have the best bowling figures of 6 for 26 by Shamil Hillier. We have Yassine Fontaine has the most 60s, 5 60s by Dominica. Yassine Fontaine, the captain. And we have most 4s by Aiden Burton, 8 by Dominica. Of course, stumpings, Jonathan Daniel, 1 stumping. And we have 4 catches from Zach Thomas. So far, these are the outstanding performers, of course. Yes, so far.
The 50s, no. We have not seen a century yet.
No, we haven't seen a century yet.
Yeah. So somebody's due for a big score. I see when you bat in 50 overs, 5 fish.
Oh, that's a splendid looking stroke there on the onside. Just closing the face on this one and working it towards mid wicket. Wideish mid on as well. Also a position we would also call, especially in the older days, and they still mention it sometimes, cow corner. Yes, that's between long on and mid wicket.
Mid wicket.
Do you know how that name came about, Scotty?
No, this.
You're an older cricketer.
Lecture,
you are an older cricketer. So
what did you say was the term?
Cow corner.
Cow corner.
Yes. John, and this time he's driving splendidly. Technically correct shot there, and they would only get 1. And everything was in position there, in order there. So that batter, that left-hander, looks quite competent. Technically sound as well. So yes, coming back to that, Scotty, I would expect you to be able to tell us something about cow corner.
Cow corner was
back in the days. In fact, it came from England.
That's an English
yes, and that's where it started actually.
Okay.
Back in the days, Scotty, in the field setting, that position there used to be literally cows grazing, eating grass there, grazing on the grass right there. And so most of the time, the players back then would not hit the ball too very often there. So a fielder was not placed in that position. So they would allow the cows to graze while they are playing a match.
Okay.
So it ended up being called cow corner. Interestingly. So that's how the name, the history of that, that's how the name came about.
But this pack, Benjamin's pack, where it got its name from?
I think, based on what I was told, this area belonged to a family called the Benjamins. So their name was Benjamin. Yes, and I think they gave it, or it was handed over to the government for recreative purposes.
Okay.
Yes, but it came from a family that owned it.
Well, that was a very good gesture.
Yes, so that is what I was told, Scotty.
Yeah.
So perhaps you can get some more information on that.
Yeah, when I have to do some history, I love to do history.
Yeah.
I'm a historian. My fellow committee, I like to do research work.
Yes,
Yeah,
Scotty.
so it's also nice to know that in a long time people contributed towards the development of the sports. Because some people don't figure where things will happen overnight, but sometimes it's years of work that has been done there. That now we end up with this park called Benjamin's Park.
John continues from the southern end. Good delivery, but well negotiated there towards the gully. And they'll pick up a single. 42 for the loss of just 1. 43 rather. And of course, it takes us to the end of the over.
But at the end of the over, you have the batting still restricted to 1s and 2s, and the bowling of Dominica have been quite tight also, because the Dominica bowlers have not allowed St. Lucians to get any free hits or freebies. So you have to really work hard for your runs here.
Yes, certainly. They did not give too many freebies. Of course, they kept their discipline, kept tight lines and lengths.
Yeah.
And although the strike rate has increased somewhat, it has moved from being 1.6, the lowest it has ever gone, to 3.1 at the moment. So yes, there is an improvement in the strike rate. And of course, the batters again taking another single there for cover. For the offside.
Daniel just stroking the ball all along the ground. Wasn't a bad ball by O'Senior, really right on the stumps for the batsman. Equal to it, middle it, and got a single.
Yes, the length was actually there for that particular stroke.
Yeah.
Just stepping into it and opening up it slightly. Just pushing. And again, he's driving, this time straight to long off. And they'll only get one.
Again, the batter is picking the fieldsman. You need to look at the gap. There's a wide gap between cover and long off. And if you maybe go, if you turn the bat a little bit, the angle of that bat, maybe you could get a gap.
Yes, but perhaps too, he did not want to overdo it in opening the face. Perhaps the ball was so well accurate. Chance of a run out, my goodness, it was pegged there. The attempt of pegging was made by the keeper removing his gloves, but the but he missed, and of course, and that this allowed the batter to get safely home. But it was certainly an opportunity for a run out there, Scotty.
That's a quick move by the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper was Benjamin. Who's it? The one list. The winless, the wicketkeeper, moving quickly to his right, and almost see a run out there.
Good length delivery there by Fontaine, and keeping the batter quiet on this occasion. As I see Ray Kazimi, the former national player, all around there, very efficient spinner and batter. He's also making his contribution here with the academy, of course, the National Academy, and also the grounds.
Because he is the coach of this team.
And he's also the coach as well. So he has many functions, it appears, all right? He has several functions.
He has a lot of experience behind him.
A lot of experience as well. So he's the man.
He's an experienced champion. I played cricket against him in the softball field.
You played against Kazimi, Scotty?
Yeah, Dubla side. He come from the community of Dubla, you know. And in Dubla, they play cricket hard.
So how did you fare out against his bowling?
I was able to conquer them. Yes.
You conquered Kazimi?
Conquered Kazimi.
All right, we'll come back to that. What a lovely shot. All the way to the fence for a maximum. What a shot. Fantastically driven there. And hoisting this one over long on for 6. And that's Daniel. Yes, of course, and Lucia just beginning to show some signs of more aggression,
some aggression
at this stage.
Some aggression is coming to the batting because they have to push it along because it's 53 after 15 overs.
After 15 overs, 53 for the loss of 1.
And you have a run rate of 3.5.
And 3.5, and that should have been a bit higher than that at this stage.
Look at about 4.5.
Yes, they're about 4.5, 5, even 6 could do.
Because you play in a 50-over game, that's 300 balls. You can easily get 300 runs on the board.
Well, I'm not sure if very easily, because not every bowling attack will allow you to easily get 300 runs. But we are seeing that happening now in modern cricket.
Yes.
So if the proficient, of course, it's quite possible, especially in modern times. So John Dylan continues his work from the southern end, and he's coming in from around the wicket to the batter, and I suspect it's a left-handed batter, because that has been his tactic ever since he's left-handed, and he's coming in from around the wicket. Of course, stifling appeal there from John, the bowler, and totally ignored there by Rogers Larocque, the standing umpire. they'll get an extra. So it's a single actually. So 54 for the loss of 1 now. And I suspect Scotty, looking at John as he approaches the crease, he seems to be going slightly wide of the crease, just trying to create an angle to the left-hander. He's going over the wicket now to the right-hander.
Yeah.
So he's coming over the wicket to the right-hander.
And around
But
the
he's
wicket.
going around the wicket to the left-hander.
Okay. So
Just trying to create the angle.
Well, yeah, he tried to, and the ball, he tried to bring that ball back into him. So
Yeah, certainly.
I want to go almost trap the batsman, but he got the inside edge onto it.
Yes. Full toss and driven down the ground. Very quietly. Mid-off is brought into play and they will only get 1.
Anybody what 1, 2, 3 out of the circle or 4 men out of the circle, 5 inside the circle. We have some defensive and attacking positions.
Yes, of course. This one outside the off-stump. Batter wasn't able to negotiate. Kept a bit low, I suspect. And so the power play has already come to an end. We have a lot more fielders outside the circle. 1, 2. We have 5 fielders outside the circle. 4 actually outside the circle. And about
5 inside.
and about 6
6
on
inside.
the, well, actually 5, Scotty, on about the 30-yard circle.
That's
Yes.
quite quiet here to this morning. It's Tuesday.
Oh, well played there. Just opening the face on this one. Playing behind the bat. And we'll get 1 for it. So that takes us, of course, to the end of the over. And after 16, Scotty, it's 56 for the loss of 1.
Well, they continue to move at a pedestrian pace, 3.5 over, and we're hoping to see it. Well, after they break, they step on the gas a little, the first 2 overs. But you got the Dominican bowlers have gotten back their line and length and have been keeping them at bay.
Yes, so despite the fact that St. Lucia has upped the tempo somewhat, moving the strike rate from 1.6, the lowest it has ever reached, to 3.5 runs and over. So we're seeing an improvement there, especially after the instruction was given, to increase the strike rate. Credit still must go to the native side, Dominica, for keeping them a bit restricted. So they have not really let loose, that is the St. Lucians.
They keep bowling tight.
Yes.
Kenneth Valmore is the new bowler.
Kenneth Valmore. So we're going to see a bit of a slow bowling now coming from Valmore, number 13, moving in from non-net, and he's bowling to the left-hander. So we're going to see the off-spinner taking the ball away from the left-hander, and it's always better like that way. It's always more difficult for the left-hander to negotiate the off-spinner. But so far, he has been equal to the task. Technically sound, Scotty.
Yes, he's coming forward and mainly that time. The first ball kind of pop up in the air, but it was a little bit away from the bowler. So you could see Fanis.
Back of a length and works this one towards the gully. And he'll pick up a single.
Fanis, I mean, in a game against he was batting against Grenada. He produced some runs for St. Lucia. We would see he have that ability to stay and bat long. So, yeah, again, he trying again to consolidate and put a respectable total on the board for St. Lucia.
Yes, of course, Valmore is coming in from over the wicket to Daniel. Of course, they are picking up a quick single on the onside. There don't seem to be anybody on the onside there at short mid wicket. And now a man is going there. Well, because of the left-hander who has now replaced the right-hander. But there's a huge gap on the onside there, just on about the 30-yard circle there. So they close the face of the bat and take advantage of that area.
Square leg and wide leg.
An appeal for leg before there. The bowler, the keeper, Golly were all up in the air appealing. They were quite adamant. But of course, the umpire turned it down.
It remains on move.
So Seaman, of course, wanted more, wasn't convinced. And of course, we are seeing a nice little stroke there through the offside, behind point. And the batters will get a couple. So it's now 59 for the loss of 1 after 17. Of course, Fanis is on 22. And his partner, Jonathan Daniel, is on 16. So that's the situation here. Of course, if you are just joining, St. Lucia, the story from the Middle East that St. Lucia won the toss and elected to bat first.
Valmont bowling a quite tight over in a 17 over. Trap the batter, Fanis in front of the wicket, but they up after a very vigorous appeal by the Dominican players. The umpire said not out.
Yeah, so he wasn't convinced enough, apparently. Though the fielders, of course, appeared convinced. But of course, we do not have the luxury of the replays. In fact, we do not use the replays, of course, to determine leg before our decisions. Yes. So Aiden Burton is the spinner. Who's coming into the attack now. Off spinner.
Aiden Burton, I know the name song like a very prolific batter in schoolboy cricket. But he's also a bowler. So these guys are very versatile. And I think most of them coming from the Carib territory.
Yes, he's an all-rounder.
Yeah.
Oh, magnificent ball there by Burton. Bounce and turn.
Burton again on line, but attacking the off stump. Tall man bowling with a tight length via Crompton.
Yes, it seems to be bowling a very good length. But some might feel if the batter was quick on his feet, he could have taken advantage of that length. Just go back into his crease, create a little bit of more room, and find a gap on the back foot. Because that length at the international level is taken advantage of.
No, they will step the gas on you because you have to have the ability to judge it and just cut it or go forward and hit it.
But I guess as he improves in his career, he will learn how to do such things.
Cricket,
Good ball. That's
ball.
the length.
That's a better ball.
That's the perfect length that he should be bowling. The off spinner, Burton.
Too much movement.
This time he ignores it outside the off stump. And of course, it takes us to the end of the over. So after 18 overs, it is now 61 for the loss of 1. Fanis is on 24 and his partner, Daniel, is on 16.
But first of all, quite a good over. He struck a good line, a good length. And again, putting the pressure on the St. Lucian's batters. They they're not really getting balls that they can stroke freely and move the scoreboard along.
Yes. So far, all the bowlers have been doing a fantastic job, bowling very tightly, accurate lines and lengths, asking questions of the batters. And although the St. Lucians was instructed, of course, to increase their strike rate, up the tempo a bit, they were still not able to do so. In any significant way. You're currently going at 3.4. Actually, it dipped somewhat. It was 3.5. The lowest it has ever reached was 1.6 strike rate. It went up to 3.5. Look, it has dipped again to 3.4. Full toss, and this one is swiveled around towards deep backward square leg. And the batters will get one. So it's 1-1, 2-1-1, and you know.
But that's a loose ball. That outside the leg of the left hander. That should be really be cracked into the boundary. It's a missed opportunity.
Yes, Scotty. Really should be cracking this one away. But didn't time it as well as he would have liked.
Yeah.
And again, looking to slug sweep this one away towards backward square leg and not making contact. So you're actually seeing the attempts being made by the batters. But for some reason, they are not making a connection.
Timing not there. Timing of the ball not there. Quicker ball, but that time Daniel just push it to the short mid wicket and get an easy single. Pitch looking quite good for batting. So batters have to make use of it.
And it's bold. Superb delivery there by Van. This time getting his man. All ends up. And he's castled.
Yeah, well,
And of course, Lucia losing their second scalp. They are now 63 for the loss of 2. Superb job there by Daniel, by Valmore, rather.
Kenneth Valmore, a beautiful delivery. Fanny's played all over the ball.
Yes, his off stick was dislodged. Good off spin there by Valmore. Coming forward and was completely bewildered there by that delivery. And of course, losing his off stick. So it seemed as if he did not cover his off stump sufficiently. Perhaps not enough of shuffle across the stump to protect that off stick. And of course, Valmore perhaps got some pitches as well. Pitching on about center stump, perhaps middle and off, and just drifting towards the off stick. Welcome back to the Benjamin's Park. And this encounter between St. Lucia and Dominica just coming from the water break. Of course, Theo Edward, the captain, has replaced the outgone batter, the dismissed batter. And Valmore, the off spinner, of course, will continue bowling to the captain, Theo Edward. Gets a full toss first ball and will only take a single of that ball. So, again, I'm just seeing a sign of carefulness there. That was a low full toss and could have belted this one perhaps anywhere on the onside and was satisfied with just a single. But that was the last ball of the over. He's off the mark and it's now 64 for the loss of 2. Of course, we are seeing some of the youngsters there, the former under-19 national players. Moransi, the fast bowler, having a snack. And of course, Luvio Charles, the left-handed opener. So yes, he's in the pavilion, onlooking and giving support, of course, to the youngsters who are now representing the native side, that is Dominica. Aiden Button continues his work from the southern end, the off spinner. Very lovely liver curriculum. We've seen a number of school children now making their appearance at the Benjamin's Park from the northern end. Perhaps they are having their sports day. But we'll find out later on if whether they came out to support the native team. Quite large in numbers, that particular school. And sometimes we see that happens. Schools come out to support the local side. Overthrow, and of course that leads to an extra run there. Very quiet, very chill morning. Nice breeze blowing across the park. Lovely sunshine. Remember, we're in the peak month of the dry season, April. Perhaps in times past, we would not experience any showers of rain, but we did so far in the month. But usually, this is the driest month of the year. Driest period of the year. And this one is pulled ferociously towards backward square leg for 4. What a shot. 70 for 2 the score. Of course, the opportunity was there. It was a short pitch delivery. Burton just missing his length there and his line. And of course, the batter, Edward, the captain, Theo Edward, taking full advantage of that. Anyway, Edwards, of course, this time is playing defensively. Making the adjustment of a very good comeback delivery there. The off spinner. Doesn't want, of course, Theo to get away from him. And this time he's driving square of the wicket and will only get 1. Edwards seems to be a quite competent batter. He has been around this level of tournament for some time now and really showing his experience. 71 for 2 the score. Yes, and now that stand immediately a number of students. Appears to be the grade 2, the grade 3 students, grade 1 and 2 students. St. John's Primary School. So they are out there. Burton, back of a length on about the off stick. The batter just playing defensively on the offside, and they can score. So it's now 71 for 2 after 20 overs. Remember, this is the 2026 Windward Islands Under 19 tournament, sponsored by Super 6, hosted right here on the Nature Isle of Dominica. Of course, if you are not too far, perhaps, and not very occupied right now at work, you could come out and give the youngsters some support. And those of you who are following, of course, via Vibrant TV on Facebook and YouTube, of course, we appreciate your support there, not only for the native side, but also for the youngsters throughout the Windwards, the Windward Islands. We also want to take a little time to just greet the folks down there in St. Lucia, first, and the rest of the islands, Grenada and St. Vincent and Grenadines. Of course, good morning to you all, wherever you are, following this broadcast. Of course, Scotty is going to join me soon. As match referee, and he can't always be with me in the combox. Valma, and this one is slug swept, and catch is put down there by the man posted down there at deep backward square leg, and the ball trickles into the fence, off his hands and into the boundary for 4. Really would have been a great catch if he had hung on to this one there. Well, there was really an opportunity there for catching. It was in the air for a long time, moved to his right, the ball landed inside of his palms, but he wasn't able to hold on to this one. Good comeback delivery there by Valma. Really should have taken that catch there. 76 it is for the loss of 2. Back of a lane, shortish. And this one is pulled around, misfield there, and that might just go to the fence. Let's see what the umpire signals. The batters, of course, crossed over, and it is a boundary, it appears. Anytime from now, we will see a signal coming from the umpire. That's Mr. Seaman. And so just a piece of bad fielding there by the man posted at short fine leg on about the 30-yard circle. Really at this level, that should not really occur. That's the substitute fielder, Alex Armstrong. So that's the man doing the misfielding there. Full toss, and this one is pulled around. But of course, deep square leg moves his right and restrict the batters to just a single. $81 for the loss of 2 after 21. So Daniel, of course, has really done something different from what we have seen ever since the start of play. He has 29 deliveries. Daniel, a strike rate of 89.7, which is quite good. Compared especially to the rest of the batters. Thomas having a strike rate of 35 and the others just around that area there. But Jonathan Daniel has done differently. A strike rate of 89.7, and that is good for one-day cricket. Although in modern times we are seeing strike rates of above 100, especially at the international level. Given the fact that the game has evolved so much that batters are required to strike above 100 because of the evolution of the sport, the T20, the T10s, and so batters are able to score at a much faster rate now compared to yesteryear. Caught by Burton, Aidan Burton, has not picked up any wickets yet, but he has been quite well so far. Meantime, St. Lucia continues to build, to graft their runs down the leg side and just pull this one around towards fine leg. The man is there and the batters We got a few runs there. Of course, we are seeing a few more folks, especially on the southern side of the ground, the highway end, on the stands there, who have come in to give support. And I'm sure as the day progresses, we'll see a lot more individuals come out to support the native side, and as well as the rest of the youngsters, the solutions. Good length ball and a painful leg before, but not out, says umpire Rogers. Has been around for many years. Umpire Rogers Larrock was a former opening batsman. For those of you that didn't know, the standing umpire currently used to be an open batsman. He played for the local club here called Blue Stars. And I remember him, of course, seeing him. I remember seeing him bat as a youngster myself, just coming into cricket, looking at the senior man bat, and now he's an umpire and has been doing so for many years since retiring from active cricket. $85 for the loss of 2. We are seeing a number of the former under 19 players and even national players here at the grounds. Just got a glimpse of Brian Joseph, locally known as Kawang, fast bowler, batter, all rounder. Just made his way to the pavilion to give support to the native side. Another very talented player, Valmore. Working this one towards the onside, and the batters will scamper through for a run. As I say again, good morning to Scotland.
Yeah, good morning, Crompton. It's beautiful day. You have a positive, nice weather, and St. Lucia continue to motor their way in that ODI game here. Under 19, we know that is.
Yes, a very much faster delivery there, bowled by Valmore. Really beating the batter there. Don't think he expected that pace from that last delivery. This one is well up flighted, and this one is swivel around the corner there. And deep backward square leg on mid-wicket, moving to his right towards backward square leg, was able to cut it off. Otherwise, it would have been a boundary.
A good piece of fielding by the Pillman, right down on that boundary line there. He covered almost like a 25 meters to save that ball.
He covered a number of yards there to cut this one off.
Yeah.
Short, a half-hearted pull shot there, and they'll only get a single.
Again, that time the batsman in position. I know the ball was a bit slower. That catch him through his shot before that ball arrived, and actually pop up the ball. It fell short of the man that shot fine leg. A little bit luckily he get away, got a single.
Yes, that could easily be a catch right there.
Yeah.
Things went his way, apparently. And again, they will get another single towards mid-wicket, just defensively coming forward and opening the face of the ball. Just a little push. And that takes them to 90 now for the loss of 2. So, had a very bad start, very slow start, I should say. Increased their strike rate somewhat after the first 10 overs. They're about between 10 and 20 overs. So of course, we see a gradual increase in their strike rate. They are currently going at 4 runs and over. So very recently, there was a jump in their strike rate from 3.5 to 4.
I think the introduction of Edwards
Theo Edwards, the
Yeah,
captain.
Captain.
I think this certainly made a difference
Yeah.
in their strike rate.
But Edwards himself look like he's
And Daniel, more so, Scotty, we can't forget Daniel.
Daniel.
He has 31 of 34. His strike rate has increased from 89 to 91. 91.2 strike rate.
Okay. So he's moving forward and climbing all the time.
So I think he made that difference there in terms of their strike rate increase
Yeah.
from 3.5 to 4. Driving towards mid wicket and it's 4. Lovely shot there. Positive. And of course finding Cow Corner for 4.
Who's that batsman? Edwards?
Daniel this time. Daniel, the same man who has the strike rate,
Yeah,
who had the strike rate of 91, has moved up to 100 strike rate. So he's currently going. He has 35 of 35 now, Scotty.
Yeah. Daniel he look like he's a good batter of the ball, you know. Let's see what happens with that one.
Shortish down the leg side. And I'm sure that's going to be a couple of extras. Let's see if the umpire signals. Yes, as Rogers Larocque does a little bit of exercise now. Burton from the southern end. Coming in from around the wicket to the right-hander. And I suspect that he was bitten by some spin. The ball spun back into him more than he expected.
And it took him, so he just had to
Cramped for room there.
start
Luckily,
off.
nothing much happened. This one around towards shot fine leg and can't score. So very good fielding there by number 21.
Yeah, the position of the baseman there is
The ball went straight to him and he
almost
did
perfect.
a very good job.
Positioned.
Pascal, that is. Elon Pascal
Yeah.
doing the fielding there at shot fine leg. Another good delivery there. This one, he's found out of his ground there. Attempt of a run out. Burton is disappointed. Really felt that ball should have come to him much faster than the fielder threw it in. But Burton really believes that should have been a run out, given the fact that he was way down the track, perhaps at the halfway mark. And we are seeing a little conference now going on between the two St. Lucian batters. So,
Because
you could see that was a serious error there on their part.
Yeah, because there's miscommunication among the batters. Edwards had to actually dive back to wrong, fall in the process, but he was able to make his ground.
So Duane Benjamin was injured there, so he's off the field. And Pascal is his replacement. So just giving a little bit of information there on that change. If you notice that change, that's the reason. So the wicketkeeper was injured. And it's given. Leg before out. The batter doesn't seem to be very happy about that decision, but he has to go. St. Lucia losing their third wicket. So it's now 99 for the loss of 3.
Batters very disappointed as he makes his way back out of the field.
Yes, he's not very happy about that decision there. We did hear some noise. Not sure if it came off the pad or the bat, or was it pad first and then the bat, or what?
Yeah.
So the replays, of course, can clarify that for us. I have my partner here with me who is following the streaming, and perhaps the replays might just give us some more clarification on what exactly transpired. The ball spun back into him. That angle doesn't really disclose specifically what transpired, whether it hit the pad first or the bat first. But if it did hit the pad first and then the bat, then of course the decision is correct. But the batter did not seem very happy. But the umpire's decision is final, and he has to go. So Scholar is his replacement. Scholar is the replacement, and he will join Jonathan Daniel, yeah, who is on 36 now of 39. Of course, we'll be starting a new over. So we are going into the 25th over now, the halfway stage. And Theo Edwards, the captain, was the man dismissed. And of course, he had 14 or 15 deliveries, so he was going quite well. Had a good strike rate, especially in the context of the match. And we're hearing, of course, the noise of the students on the west. They are having a sports day. I suspect they are doing some bag race. I also remember my days as a youngster doing bag race at the primary school level. Scotty, did you ever do bag race when you were going to primary school?
Sack race, you got it.
Sack race?
Yeah.
Well, we call it bag race.
Or you
So
have lime and spoon
We
as
have
a
lime
race.
and spoon and all of these things. Have you ever done that,
Primary
Scotty?
school.
You did all of these,
Oh,
Scotty?
let's do that primary level.
All right. Well, we are now.
At secondary school now, there's a race, there's another race. But it's a tug of war.
Tug of war. That
where
was one
they
of my
have a
favorite.
rope.
Yes, Scotty. That was, and this one is going down towards the boundary, towards fine leg, and the batters will cross over two.
I find that one of the exciting, a lot of excitement when we talk of war.
Yes, that used to be one of my favorite events, sports events.
Yeah.
The tug of war. And you'll see the rope going back and forth, you know.
Yeah. They tell you
Sometimes
hold the
that
strain,
rope would
hold the
freeze.
strain.
Sometimes it will be equal force on both sides.
Yeah.
And then the one who holds it longer
Longer.
is the one who prevails. And then you see the rope moving, and then it begins to increase its speed and moving, and then one side wins.
And
But
that's
that was so nice.
Mhm.
But these are the days, man, of youngsters at the primary school. And what about cricket? Did you play cricket at the primary school level?
Yeah, man, primary school level.
A lot of softball cricket
A lot of hardball cricket, my
as
brother.
well.
Yeah.
You played hardball cricket in
Hardball
primary
at
school?
Primary school.
Oh, but Scotty, you should
We
have gone
used to
further.
bowl- We used to bowl with hardball. Cock balls.
Yeah,
and
back in the days.
Yeah.
Yes. Did you make your own balls back in the days,
Yeah,
Scotty?
we made the plastic balls.
So what materials did you use, Scotty?
Use plastic and you burn it up. Then sometimes you had to use tape on it. So it's like a hard plastic. Then you tape it up. So it's like although we call it a tape ball, but it was very hard.
So Scotty,
Yeah.
did you have a specialist doing that, or you guys made those balls yourselves?
We usually had some people. I was a ball maker.
Scotty, you're not a ball maker.
Boy, I had guys.
But you knew how to make it.
Yeah, I studied. I studied the process.
You studied the process. Interesting, Scotty. So we'll come to you then whenever we want to make balls. Oh, water delivery, a Jaffa-like delivery there, unplayable bounce. Of course, that the batter did not anticipate, and almost getting the edge there. But of course, that takes us to the end of the over. 104 nowadays for the loss of 3 after 25. So we are at the halfway stage now, Scotty. 25 was bowled, 104 for 3. What are your sentiments?
Average about what?
25 was gone, 104 runs for 3 is down.
something.
Yes. What are your sentiments?
My sentiment is the solutions have consolidated. I think now with the next half of the inning, they need to step on the gas and try and reach up about 250 runs.
You think they can get to 250 from here,
From there.
from this point?
Yeah.
But
I hope they have material in terms of the batting to take advantage of the pitch, because the pitch is not really doing anything disturbing or out of the way. So yeah.
Well, it's not impossible, but we'll have to wait and see. If they have batters down the line who can come in there and do something differently to increase their strike rate and take them up to the 250 mark, which you mentioned. Of course, there are 25 more overs left. So and there are 7 more wickets in hand. So let's see. Perhaps they might have 3 more recognized batters in the pavilion still waiting to go out. So 3 or 4 more competent batters. So Scotty, we'll have to wait and see how it unfolds.
Yeah, because right now we have number 5. The batsman number 5 is usually strong in the middle order. Oh, he just give a
drove
catch, yeah.
and out caught, it appears, but the batter is not moving. The umpire is not signaled, but I suspect it is so obvious that he might have to walk down. Yes, it's a catch taken there. He drove straight to the man in the city, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion. St. Lucia losing their 4th scalp, 105 now for 4.
But the batter is taking a lot of lingering time.
Yes, I guess he was in disbelief that the catch was taken there.
But he played the ball straight to the
fielder,
yeah.
And in the air.
Yeah,
He was actually posted at ceiling mid off.
Yeah.
So ceiling mid off, of course, taking a very fantastic catch there. Very beautiful catch, straight into his hands. Made no mistakes. And of course, dismissing Aiden Scholar. Aiden Scholar goes. And he goes for 1. So Scholar didn't trouble the scoreboard too much.
I think Scholar was a bit disappointed with himself. Because the ball was up for a big drive, but he drove, but it went in the air, straight to the fieldsman.
And it wasn't very high. It just came at catching height and around, just at the chest.
Yeah,
just between the chest and the navel, stomach area there. So and it came straight to him, directly to him. He did not have to move to his right or his left.
So he stood there in disbelief for a while.
Perhaps he just couldn't believe that he did that. But such sometimes is the game of cricket. You can do things sometimes that you did not plan. And I guess he will have to try to make up for that in his next match. Burton already picked up 2 wickets. So Aiden Burton has picked up 2 wickets already and conceded 22 runs in his 4.4 overs bowled so far. And he's delivering to Jonathan Daniel, who's already on 41 of 45. So it seems as if this lad is batting on a different surface, Scotty.
Daniel.
And he's facing a different bowling attack.
But he has been there for a while, and he's consolidated.
And he has a very healthy strike rate.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball.
89.1 strike rate.
Making use of loose balls. And
so that's the end of the over. After 26, it is 106 for the loss of 4.
Well, back here at Benjamin's Park, it's bright sunshine. Compton and the St. Lucia's continue to build on the score here, 106 for 4 after 26 overs. And we're hoping that we've seen they need to keep moving the scoreboard, ticking, so that they can reach a respectable total of 150. 11, okay. Daniel at 11 runs against just Grenado.
Nian Davis is the new bowler introduced into the attack, and he'll be bowling from the northern end of the ground. Of course, we are hearing the excitement coming from the youngsters, the primary school there on the western side, and straight away, a single is taken here of the new bowler. Let's see how he does. That's Nian Davis. Short bowler, small in stature, bowling from over the wickets Oh, and he's beating Orleans up there. The bowler can't believe that he didn't get his man. Really placed his hand on his head like something had already happened there. So the batter wasn't able to negotiate that one there. Perhaps he played for spin and the ball went straight.
Straight up. And
That sometimes happens.
Didn't collect the ball either.
And this one seems as if it spun somewhat, pitching on about the center stump. And the batter just working this one towards the onside. So sometimes, Cuddy, the ball spins, and sometimes it doesn't. And the batters, because they know it's an off spinner, they sometimes anticipate spin when there is no spin. And so the ball goes straight. And another appeal for leg before. So I think something similar occurred there again. He played coming down the track and he was beating Orleans up.
Yeah, he has a good arm. He's fighting the ball and he can also get the ball to turn sharply on you.
Back of a length. And they can't score. Yes. Yeah.
Geneva.
So that's the end of the over. After 27, it's 109 now for the loss of 4. St. Lucia batting. Meantime, down there in Grand Bay at Geneva, St. Vincent and the Grenadines won the toss and chose to bat. Currently, they are going at 138 for the loss of 6 wickets, 138 for 6 after 27.2 overs. So that's the latest down there at Geneva in Grand Bay, in the southern area of the country, the southern side of the country. So, Scotty, what do you think of that? 138 for 6 after 27.2.
Well, against St. Vincent, not to me that they were more prolific before in Windwards under 19 cricket. But right now they're struggling here because at 138 for 6 in 27 overs, you looking at whether you can reach 200 runs.
Doesn't look so. They might be bowled before that. They have lost 6 wickets already.
Yeah.
There's plenty overs left, of course, but the wickets in hand are limited. So just 4 more wickets, and they are at 138 runs. So doesn't look very good for them.
Yeah.
Grenada seems to be doing a very good job down there against them. But we are back here at the Benjamin Spark, of course, to continue bringing the live ball-by-ball action here. This is Vibrant TV, of course, and we are in the 2026 WINLOTT Windward Islands under 19 Super 50 tournament, Super 6 tournament. So so far, Dominica has won 2 games out of 2. St. Lucia has won 1 and lost 1. And Grenada has lost 2, I believe. They lost. Grenada won yesterday against St. Lucia. Yes, so Grenada won yesterday against St. Lucia. They lost to Dominica, so they won on 1. And it seems as if it's St. Vincent that have lost 2 games. Oh, attempt of a catch there, just behind square, inside the circle. And he wasn't able to hold on to this one. Opportunity there, Scotty.
Easy catch. They're going to beg in. Elon Pascal getting hands.
Yes, Pascal is the man there.
Yeah.
Not holding on to that catch. No.
Ball was short and the batsman pulled it around to the ball straight into the hands of Pascal, who made a hash of it.
Yeah, I really should have taken this one,
Yeah.
Pascal. Driving down the ground. But can't beat off, or long off rather. And of course, that's the end of the over. So after 28 overs, it is 111 for the loss of 4. 111 for 4. Of course, Daniel continues on his merry way. He's on 43 now of 51 deliveries, strike rate of 84.3. So Valmore, or rather Daniel, Jonathan Daniel, is the only batter who appears, to really be playing white ball cricket as a batter.
As a batter.
His strike rate is healthy. It's as if he's playing against different bowlers on a different pitch. So
Daniel seems to have some capacity as a skills as a batsman.
yeah, certainly he's really showing potential as a batter.
Yeah.
And of course, Davis will continue, the little off spinner. And has only conceded 4 runs in his first over. So Tyler Werner is the man on strike. He has 4 of 9. Low full toss, and the batter can't pass the man at backward point, short backward point.
Okay, the batsman then needs to come. The batsman needs to come forward and just grab the ball because it's almost a ball for in your bat. You stay to a man again.
Back of a length, and Davis again on the back foot, but can't beat the fielder in front of him.
Well, Werner needs to understand that the placement of the ball is also very important in terms of getting runs.
Flighted on about the leg stump, looking to sweep there. And is it Pascal again? Almost making a mess of things down there. Armstrong it is this time. And good delivery there. And the batter is forced into defense on the back foot. So good length ball. And good flight, and good pace. Just keeping it very simple and tidy. Another good delivery there by Davis. $112 for 4.
Well, after the 29th over, 112 for 4. With just 1 run coming from that over. Pretty tight over there by Davis. Davis bowling some quick off spins and moving the ball sometimes into the batsman and bowling the quicker balls and variety. Where he's variety in space here, Compton, and he has a beautiful arm action. Davis, yeah. Pretty tight over again by him.
Burton will continue from the short net. Has bowled 6 overs so far. And picked up 2 wickets. And conceded 25 runs. So far, good figures by Aidan Burton. The all-rounder. Of course, the man who is on 44, that is Jonathan Daniel, is on strike, the right-hander. Has really looked good so far as a batter. Seems to have a very good head on his shoulders. Good technique, good concentration. Plays late under his eyes. All these are good signs of a good batsman in the making, Scotty.
Yeah, Daniel looks like he knows where his up stump is, and he has that ability to play spin and the fast bowling quite well.
Yes, I've noticed that as well. He's very competent against spinners as well. So that's a good batsman in the making there. That is Jonathan Daniel. He's on 45 now. Really looked apart. Meantime, Burton will continue and look to add to his aggregate of wickets. The off spinner is going up to 26 so far, so not bad in the context of things. Short and looking to swivel this one around. Not sure he got any contact there with the bat. We'll have to wait and see. And it seems as if there was some bat. $114 for 4. St. Lucia batting. They won the toss and opted to bat first. Burton from the southern end. Good length delivery, and the batter is kept quiet on this occasion. That is Daniel, who is on 45 or 56 deliveries. Burton again, and this time is slog sweeping. A chance of a run out there, of course. The keeper very keen at the back. Saw an opportunity, and of course tried to run out Daniel, who was out of his crease at the time. And of course that takes us to the end of the over. So after 30 overs rather, after 30, it is 114 for the loss of 4. Scotty?
Well, the 30th over, only 2 runs came from this over. So this scoring has been quite slow after the break. After the fall of the wicket, 106. In the 26th over, the score was 106. Now the 30th over, that's 6 overs, 1, 2, 3. 5 overs later is 114.
Yes, that's quite interesting there, what you mentioned, because at one point, at one stage, their strike rate was 4. Coming from, of course, their lowest of 1.6 earlier in the innings. So there was an improvement.
Yeah.
But it has gone back to 3.8 now. So there's a slight dip in their strike rate. So, of course, the numbers that you are mentioning there, of course, reflects that.
Yeah, because you could see it in the batting, where if score's not moving forward all the time, you dropping back. you are dropping back. You understand?
Right, welcome back to the action here at the Benjamin's Park. And of course, Scotty has taken a break, and we have back with us Vincent Luis. Of course, he was with us earlier.
Morning again, once again to the viewers.
Davis is the man into the attack. I'm sure Vincent Luis is quite familiar with the players, and we're seeing a pull shot there of a short ball, a rare short ball from Davis, and it goes all the way into the fence for 4.
A real drag down there by Davis, and the batsman just rocking back on the back foot and pulling this one into the deep square leg area. 4 runs it is.
Yes, and also the half century for Jonathan Davis, or rather Daniel. Jonathan Daniel, 50 of 60 deliveries, fantastic knock there. He appeared as if he was just on a different pitch, facing different bowlers. Vincent Lewis, give us an assessment.
I must say from the get-go, this batsman has been looking the pad, looking to push the ball in the gaps and putting the bad balls away. Well played, a good 50 by the young man.
Yeah, so he did exactly what he needed to do in the circumstances.
And like we said earlier this morning, Crampton, we consider the St. Lucians being a bit more expansive now in the shot play, looking to take on a bit more of the bowling and just raising the scoring rate in the process.
Yes, and rightfully so, of course, given the very slow start that they had. They were going at one point at 1.6 runs and over. It went as high as 4, then dipped back down to 3.8. Theo Edwards came in, the captain. Of course, he upped the tempo a bit. But the half-centurion, that is Daniel, he was there all the time, and he was quite steady with a healthy strike rate. I think that's what really stabilized the innings and their strike rate. But the other batters were very, very slow. I think that was also putting some pressure on Daniel, although he didn't seem like he was under pressure. But I think he made a difference in their scorecard.
Yes, Crampton. Well played by the young man. Easy going on the eye. It looks like he has something to offer.
Yeah, certainly, and seems to be comfortable as well against spinners, equal to pacers as well as spinners. So his technique seems to be an all-round good technique, both against spinners and pace. So
yes,
that's a good sign.
That's a good sign of a good young player coming through.
Of course, Burton will continue. He has bowled 7 overs, conceded 27 runs, and picked up 2 wickets so far.
I must say also, Crampton, the batsman has not done anything out of the ordinary. He's just batting normal, playing normal, and putting the bad balls away.
It's like playing normal Test cricket. You know, putting the bad balls away and keeping the score ticking over, picking the gaps, and just keeping the score ticking over. Because if you look at his strike rate, you will notice that it's a very healthy one.
Crampton, if you notice, Dowan Benjamin is back behind the stumps. We had Dowan Lewis doing a few overs.
Yes, because he
Dowan got that knock. Yes, I think he's back on the field now. So Dowan is currently at the square leg area doing his fielding, and Dowan is back behind the stumps.
Dowan is your son, right, Vincent Lewis? Dowan Lewis?
Yes, Crampton, I think.
Yeah, so that's your son. Tell us something about your son, Vincent Lewis.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Crampton. From he was born, I put a bat in his hand.
All right, so very early you steered him towards cricket and towards batting by placing a bat in his hand very early.
Yes, Crampton.
But he had you as well to look up to and to watch play cricket as well.
Definitely.
As a national player.
Definitely, Crampton. I didn't want him bowling fast. Fast bowling is too much hard work.
Oh, so you encouraged him to take on batting.
Definitely.
Okay, that's interesting. And I'm sure he must have learned quite a bit of things from you, from your batting. Well up delivery and driven straight to the man at cover. The batters must learn to pick the gaps.
As we see the batsman just swiveling on a short delivery and playing it down to the short fine leg area, down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, that was a good shot there, played by the batter. Of course, we just saw Tyrone Theophile, the former first-class cricketer, playing for the Windwards, just passing through. So he's in the house, he's around giving support to the young national team. And a splendid looking shot there, but straight to man, and they can only get 1 for it. Oh, no. Yes, of course, following what was happening yesterday in Grand Bay, Vincent Lewis, it seems as if your son missed a half century.
Yes, Crampton. I thought he started a bit hot yesterday, looking to put every bad delivery to the fence. I thought it was pretty much a good innings from him. Obviously I wanted him to carry on, but in terms of the setting the tone for his team, I thought he had a job on his hand because they played a revised game, some 30 odd overs.
Yes, as a result of the rain.
So he went out there and was trying to be as
aggressive
positive
as possible.
Yes.
Yes, so he did his job.
Yes, Crampton.
133 for the loss of 4. That's the current score here at the Benjamin's Park. Of course, Dominica taking on St. Lucia. St. Lucia opting to bat first after winning the toss. And looking to set a target for the native side. Very splendid day here for cricket at the Benjamin's Park, of course. We have a number of primary school students on the western stand. And more onlookers towards the south on the other 2 stands there on the highway side. And I'm sure that will increase as the day progresses. But St. Lucia, of course, is looking to post perhaps another 100 runs to their total, Vincent.
Yes, Crampton. But for them to do that, I think someone has to go deep. One of these two batsmen has to go deep into the innings, and the rest of the guys play around them.
Yes, certainly, Vincent Luis. You need one of the batters there to go deep into the innings. And I'm sure, I might suspect, the most suitable person for that is Jonathan Daniel, who's already on our century.
Yes, Crampton. Batting very well on
51.
51. Jonathan Daniel.
Yes, so he has to remain there, try and bat as deep as possible, and the other batters bat around him, form partnerships around him. Because he doesn't have any issues as far as his strike rate.
Crampton, I've noticed something though with the Dominican team. We have two off spinners pulling, and I think there's another two in the field also. So everything will be coming into the right-handers. I think if we had somebody to take the ball away from them, it would have been, you know, a bit more of a challenge to the batsmen.
Yes, certainly. You need that ball that can go away from the right-hander. Ideal for the left-handers, the off-spinners. But you need a bowler who can take the ball away from the right-handers and pose more difficulty. At least increase your chances of dismissal.
Yes, Crampton.
And this one is pulled away straight to man, and the catch is taken in the dip. The man at deep mid-wicket takes the catch, the ball going down his throat, and St. Lucia losing another scalp.
Crampton, I thought that was a poor delivery. The batsman just not making use of the delivery, rocking back and hitting it straight down the man, down the mid-wicket boundary. I think the batsman will be disappointed with that shot, Crampton.
Oh, yes, certainly. When he looks at the replay, he will be quite disappointed to see what he did with that loose delivery. That ball could have put anywhere.
Yes, Crampton. But that's the game for you. Like we said earlier about the full toss, sometimes we get bad balls which actually give you wickets.
Yes, so that was a bad delivery that earned him that wicket. So
yes, Crampton.
Cricket is a real funny game sometimes, and I'm sure the batter will be very disappointed. He really got the middle of the bat. It was a well-timed shot, but instead it went straight down the throat of the man posted at mid-wicket on the boundary.
Yes, Crampton. That's where you start thinking placement.
A misdirected shot.
Yes,
should have
Crampton.
been directed just to the right or to the left.
A little earlier,
yes.
Then he gets the gap, or
yes,
a little later, he gets the gap, Crampton.
Yes. But perhaps for a moment he lost his focus and did not think about the fielders. So sometimes batters must just take a look before they face. Just watch the field setting again, just to remind them of where the fielders are, and that perhaps would have influenced a better shot.
Yes, Crampton. Having said that, the score remains on 136 for 5.
Interestingly, Vincent Luis, the man who scored the half century, is the man who got dismissed. He went for 52. So it's going to be interesting to see how the innings go from here. He was the man really pushing the score. So
yes, Crampton. I think the Dominican should take advantage of this moment and try to squeeze once more. As we see another off-spinner coming into the attack, Kellan Christmas from the northern road end.
So Christmas, Vincent Luis, the man who took the catch in the deep just a while ago, is the man who is into the attack now.
Yes, Crampton. As we see the first delivery from Christmas onto the legs, the batsman flicking to the short fine leg and running one.
So Fontenelle, the new batter, Cody Fontenelle is the batter on strike, right-handed batter. And Christmas, of course, will continue operations from the southern end, that is the Indian River end, the highway end. Still a very splendid day for cricket. Brilliant sunshine here at the Benjamin's Park. Encounter between St. Lucia and Dominica in the 2026 WINLOTT under 1950 over match, sponsored by Super 6.
Yes, Crampton, I must say it's good to see Kellan Christmas in action. He had this horrible little injury a few months back where he could not represent Dominica at the under 15 level, but it's good to see him back strong and bowling again once more for the Dominicans.
Yes, that's quite interesting, of course, to learn myself as well. Good ball there.
Very
Good
good
length.
ball, good length. I must say, I think he's a very underrated cricketer, Kellan.
I also see the former Windward Islands cricketer here of yesteryear. That's Thomas Kentish. It appears to be him there standing looking at the boys.
Yes, I think about half of these guys would have, well, probably all of these guys would have played under Mr. Thomas Kentish at some point of time in their early careers. As we know, Mr. Kentish is the one who normally travels with the under 15 boys.
Oh, yeah, so he's well known among that age group.
Yes, as we come to the end of the over again, score remains on 138 for 5.
Yes, so 138 for 5 after 34 overs. Davies in the air, but the ball will go through the gap down towards long off. Of course, the man at mid-off runs quickly to his right to cover up. And they'll get a single.
As we get into the latter end of the overs, Crampton, I think the St. Lucians are looking to up the tempo now.
Yes, certainly. We are seeing clear signs of that. Short back of a length, rather. But working this one on the onside towards the square leg area. Just forward of square. Davies. Again from over the wicket. And of course, the batter wasn't very happy about that. This particular delivery, Vincent Lewis.
Pongs and Tony for young Davis, Crampton. I think as we play more on this wicket, we will see a bit more of spin. As the sun is very hot and baking the wicket, getting it dry, opening up the cracks. As the batsman cut down to the point fielder, deep point, the sweeper, sorry. One more to the total.
Yes, certainly.
Yes, Crampton, as I was telling you, the sun is very hot, and I think batting second on this wicket, you might get some spin. We might see some more spin, Crampton.
Good length delivery just outside the off stump, but the batter is looking to take a quick single, and he does so. Meantime, down there in Granby, of course, St. Vincent is 168 for the loss of 8 after 34.3 overs. So after 34.3 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 168 for the loss of 8. What do you think of that, Vincent?
Not good going for St. Vincent at all. With just 34 overs bowled, 8 wickets down, I think they need somebody to stay and stick around to try to bat the rest of the over so they could get up to at least 200, Crampton.
At least
give
200
themselves a
runs.
chance.
Yes.
As we see a full toss, no ball, over the waist. The batsman struck it to the sweeper, who caught the ball, but the umpire signaled no ball as it was over the waist.
Unfortunate there for Davies. Would have been his second wicket.
Crampton, is this ball actually a no ball? Does the no ball have to be injury-threatening delivery? This was wide, and the batsman slashed at it.
Down towards long on, and they'll take one. Well, The rules are the rules. As long as the ball is above the waist, then of course that's what the umpire uses as a
Okay.
yardstick to judge whether the ball should be signaled a no ball or not. So I think that's basically it. It's the height of the ball above the waist. So if if it's too high, then whether it's wider or closer to him, it really doesn't matter. What he looks at is the height of the ball in relation to the waist of the batter.
Understood.
That's a
Raptor.
yardstick.
As we get
Yeah.
another drinks break, the score remains 144 for 5 after
35. So after 35 overs, it's 100. So we'll take a short break for drinks, and of course, in a few moments from now, we'll be back to bring you the live action happening here at the Benjamin Park between Dominica and St. Lucia. Welcome back to the Benjamin Spark, of course, for this encounter between St. Lucia and Dominica as we resume play. Burton continues, of course, his operation from the southern end of the ground. St. Lucia, of course, look to pile on some more runs there to add to the aggregate of 144. Sure, they would like to get up to at least the 200 mark by the end of the 15 overs. So 15 overs left, that is. The projected score just a while ago was 206. So with 15 overs left, the projected score, Vincent, is 206 runs. Can they reach that? Will they surpass that?
Most definitely they can reach it, Compton, but I think the Dominicans would have other plans. Try to keep them as tight as possible and force them into making mistakes. Force them into giving their wickets away.
Yes, certainly. They have been bowling quite well so far, especially in the earlier period of their bowling. Burton has been on the money.
I must say I love the start from Kellan Christmas. From the first over, he's been putting the ball on the right line and the right length, straight forcing the batsman to do something different.
Yes, Christmas actually, but Eden Burton bowled quite well earlier. So Christmas is into the attack now, and has been doing a fantastic job, as was quite identified there by Vincent.
And that is what you want as a team.
Yeah, so that's the end of the over. 146 for 5, the score. 146 for 5. And Davis, of course, is the man in the attack. A small man, but he has been quite effective so far. Has picked up, of course, 2 wickets already, and is looking to add to his aggregate of wickets. He's bowling from over the wicket to the right-handed batter. Bounce on this occasion. A very good length, exactly in the zone of doubt. But this time with some more bounce and just a little bit of pitches. Vincent?
Yes, Crumpton. I must say I love what I'm seeing from Nean Davis. Not trying to do too much, just looking to keep it simple, force the batsman to get him away from the good lengths. Good bowling by the young man.
Yes, certainly very good bowling there by Davis. Just keeping the ball in the good area, at good length, good line, not giving him too much room, of course, to come back and caught, but rather asking questions of the batter. The batter having to close the face and squeeze singles out of his bowling. And this time just pushing down the ground towards long on. Of course, the man on the fence having to come in to do some fielding. So the bowling is quite tight still. The batters are not getting away from them in any way.
I think having lost some 5 wickets already, the St. Lucians would probably want to keep pushing it around for about another 6 to 7 overs, Crampton, and then look to go big in the last few.
Yes, certainly. At least in the last 5 overs or so, look to go big. Turn the match into some T20 encounter in the last 5 overs. At least to try and see if they can get up to the 200 mark, which I believe perhaps that might be enough to work with on this surface.
Yes,
149 it is now for the loss of 5 after 37 overs. Meantime, down there in Granby at Geneva, St. Vincent and the Grenadines were bowled out for 169. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines were bowled out for 169. Vincent?
Yes, Crampton, 169. St. Vincent has been under the pump in the tournament so far, Crampton. But remember, yesterday we had a low total of 100 and 20 something, and the team won. So we never know. We just never know what may happen.
Very good delivery there. Beaten Ollins up just outside the off stump. Christmas producing a Jaffa-like delivery there. Unplayable. Because the batter was bewildered there by that particular delivery. Not sure if he was expecting more spin on that particular ball. Sometimes the off break doesn't turn much and the batter is playing for spin.
I'll tell you what, Crampton. Kellan has a bit of variation about him. Sometimes he actually bowls a leggy.
From the front of his hand.
Well done,
Caught and
Kellan.
bowled. Out court.
Exactly what I'm telling you, Crampton. This young man has a bit of variation about him. Sometimes he come a bit faster, a bit slower. He bowls the off spin. Sometimes he bowls the leg spin. Well bowled by the young man.
So he went for, that's Vernon went for 20. And of course, Lucia losing their sixth scalp. 149 now it is for the loss of 6. Of course, put up some resistance, but finally succumbed, of course, to the bowling of Christmas.
Yes, Crampton. Good going by the young man. Ever since he came into the attack, he's been keeping it tight, forcing the batsman to do things, forcing them to try to force him off the back foot. And there we see the batsman trying to force him down the ground and only could hit it straight back to Kellan, who took a lovely, easy catch.
Yeah, so spin at the moment seems to be doing the job for the national team. Dominica. Still a very lovely day here for cricket. Lots of sunshine. Temperature has risen a bit. It's a bit hot, as you said earlier, Vincent.
Yes.
Nevertheless, it's still the perfect condition for cricket. The more sunshine, the better.
Yes, we can't play the cricket under the rain, Crampton.
Certainly. So, and this is the best time of year throughout the Caribbean, of course, for sports such as this. That is cricket, lovely cricket.
What we call here, back here, the Kawem.
We call that the Kawem. So that's the Creole name for this time of year, the season. And we are in the peak month of the dry season, which is April. And you would know that, of course, because I do know that you farm as well.
Definitely,
you have a farm.
Definitely.
And I'm sure you would understand that type of weather.
Yes, Crampton. It's very, very, very hot. As we see Kellan continuing to be tight, just in and around the off stump, forcing the batsman to go back.
Because Joseph is the new batter in.
150
Nathaniel
on the
Joseph.
board.
And the 150 is up. So 150 for the loss of 6. Can they aggregate? Can they pile up another 50 runs with the remaining overs? Of course, that is left to be seen. Your guess is as good as mine. Davis will continue from the northern end. Has already picked up the 1 wicket. Another good delivery, but the batters are picking up the quick singles. Of course, really putting some pressure on the nearby fielders there, Vincent Lewis. Yeah, so you need to keep the pressure on them by fielding very well, by keeping keen out there, walking in as you quite rightly said, and a nice shot there, just opening the face on the front foot. The ball going down towards third man, and there could be a run out. The finger goes up. Of course, it's run out there. And St. Lucia losing another wicket. So it's now 151 for the loss of 7. Misjudging the second run there. And of course, credit must go to the fielder who arrowed this one very well to the stumps. And as a result, St. Lucia, of course, losing another scalp. Yeah, so he played against himself. So really should have waited there. There was no reason to risk so much taking that second run. But again, they are under some pressure now to score runs. So perhaps that pressure really caused them to misjudge that second run. Davis to continue from the non-end. Good ball, good line. The ball just playing off the edge. And of course, first slip doing some good work there to prevent that from going beyond. 152 for 2. Can Davis add a few more wickets to his tally? Back of a length, and the batter, of course, is playing a very good shot there, just opening the face there and picking a gap. Chance of a run out there, had to dive to make his ground on time. So very good fielding, a very good throw. And so they are taking a few more chances now, Vincent Lewis. They have to be careful that they don't get bowled out via the run-out route.
Yes, Crampton. We can see this. The Lucians are actually looking to push on, looking to take every tools available and put the bad balls away, which is the right approach.
Yes, they should really be looking to put some pressure on the opposition now, but importantly, not sure if they are competent enough, but they should be looking to get some more boundaries as well. But they only have 3 wickets left, so I'm sure they'll be just looking to bat out perhaps the rest of the overs and see how much they get. Because most of their competent batter or their top of the batters have already gone back to the hut, and so the tailenders right now are brought into play. So the question is, are they competent enough to get the job done, to get as many runs as possible in the rest of the overs? Can they do it?
Well, Crampton, as I pointed out to you earlier on, in this day of cricket, there's no such thing as tail enders. Everybody should be able to hold the bat and contribute for their team.
Well, it is not as marked as before. Back in the days, of course, a tail ender would be a genuine tail ender. He can only bowl, he can't bat. But in modern cricket, of course, we have a lot of bowlers now who are quite competent with the bat as well. But top order will always be top order, of course. Vincent Lewis, the top order batters are always going to be the better ones. But in this situation, if you have a batter or two who can strike the ball, who is competent enough to bat, sufficiently competent, to change the game, in other words. You don't have to be an opener, you don't have to be a number 3 or number 4, but you are competent enough to be able to change the game. Then, of course, in current times, that is much needed.
As we see Kellan going past the bat, bounce and turn, lovely delivery from the youngster.
Yes, it seemed as if he really covered his stumps there, but the ball somehow evaded him outside the off stump. So another quick single again, and the batters are really looking to run every opportunity there, every single near the wicket. So from what I see so far, these batters don't appear to be the big hitters of the ball. They'll be looking to take the ones and the twos and perhaps the very obvious boundary. But they don't.
Oh yes.
Right, so Neil Pollett is the batter, left-handed batter, of course, receiving from Christmas. So Pauliet, a very difficult name to pronounce, Pauliet. And Dominica, of course, is just looking to wrap up the innings at this stage. St. Lucia trying to see how many more they can get from the remaining overs. Flighted delivery and it's pulled. The ball going through all his defenses. And St. Lucia losing yet another scalp. The 8th wicket down now. And he went for just 2, it appears, 2 runs. So he did not trouble the scoreboard much. 155 it is for the loss of 8. Vincent?
Yes, Crumpton. If you remember, I told you this Kellan guy has some variations about him. We could see that ball really tossed up, slowed up, and the batsman was on the front foot trying to get to it, dipped under his bat and bowled. Well bowled by the young man.
Yes, he was beaten by flight, literally. Wasn't able to negotiate that one there. And of course, had his timbers disturbed behind him. And there was no doubts as to what his situation was. And it was quite obvious to him. And had to make that lonely walk back to the hut. So St. Lucia is in a bit of a bother now, having lost 8 wickets already for just 155 runs, and it doesn't seem any more possible for them to get up to the 200 mark, as was projected earlier by the scorers there. Of course, their score was projected to be at 206. But it doesn't seem possible anymore. So St. Lucia, Vincent Lewis is in a bit of bother now. Yes, Davis, with his 1 wicket so far, continues to the left-hander. Back of a lane for the splendid shot on the back foot there. But we'll find a sweeper coming from the boundary, and we'll only get a value of 1. So Fanis is the batter, the new batter. Davis, small man in stature, continues. Over the wicket this time to the right hander. Down the ground. But they can't prevent the single. So Joseph is just on 4 of 8. And Bijon, or Bion rather, Fanis is off the mark already. 1 of 2. But they really should try and do something special now. But they don't seem to be the batters who are equipped, so to speak, for making that that contribution that is required right now.
Very difficult going for the Lucians right now.
So perhaps they might be just better off just surviving the rest of the overs, and whatever they get, take it.
Definitely, I think it's
In the air, ball falling short of the man at point. It was indeed. Perhaps if he had dived, perhaps if he had just thrown himself forward, might have increased the possibility of taking a catch. And he's a tall fellow. He's long. So he has length, long arms. So it's the end of the over. And after 41, it is 150 now for it. 157 rather. 157 for the loss of 8. So Kellan Christmas continues his operation from the southern end, it appears. In the meantime, Fanis will continue receiving strike. He's on 1. Number 23, the right-handed batter. And Christmas so far has already bagged 2 wickets and only conceded 6 runs. On the money again, Christmas, really keeping things tidy, keeping the pressure on St. Lucia, and especially these tail enders. So slow going there for St. Lucia at this stage. Shot outside the off stump. The ball going through the keeper, and of course allowing for that extra.
Crampton, I have a question for you. Whenever you played the game before, I've played.
Appeal for leg before, and it's given out. So leg before out St. Lucia losing another scalp. The 9th wicket down. And Fanny's, of course, going leg before for 2. 159 for 9. Yes, so St. Lucia is in deep trouble now, on the verge of getting bowled out here, even before lunch, Vincent Lee. And yes, certainly, without facing all of the overs. So really, batting out, as you suggested, batting out the rest of the overs perhaps would have helped them, add some more runs to their total and make it more competitive. But it's not over yet. So there's. Well, let's see how he does. Because if he comes there and he performs much better than the others, it means, therefore, that they will have to send him up the order and bat in their next match. So if we see a difference here in this number 3 who just went up there, that's Wilson, then, of course, management and captain will have to reconsider his position. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes it works. I've seen it happen as well, where you give that batter a promotion and he did not disappoint. This one going straight through the keeper down the leg side. They will get some extras here, and the batters, of course, will cross over for 2. So 2 more to their total. Actually 3 with the extra. Wide on 2 runs. So they are now 162 for the lot of 9. St. Lucia just looking to squeeze as many as they can there with their last wicket. Driving in the air, out court. And that's the innings of St. Lucia. The last man going caught at short mid wicket, and the curtains come down on the St. Lucians as, of course, the players make their way back to the pavilion. So, Vincent Lewis, give us your take on this.
I must say that's well bowled by the Dominicans, well bowled by the spinners, well bowled. Good start from the fast bowlers. The St. Lucians had no answer to the spinners after the fast bowlers kept it tight, and good going by the Dominicans. Well done. It's important that they come, get some rest, have a lunch, and go out and knock these runs off quickly.
So what do you think that the approach of the native side should be in chase of 162?
Well, you have 300 balls to score 160 something, Crampton. So you have all your hands, all the time on your hands. It's
Yeah, certainly, of course, that's not a very big challenge, as you quite rightly said. They have 300 deliveries to face in order to get 163 for victory. That shouldn't be a very difficult task. It's not a very tall ask, and so you would expect them to go in there and play very sensible cricket, especially you talk about the first 5 batters. Go in there and make light work out of this. They are about, but we'll give them a more accurate figure when we come back from the break. Of course, it's lunch now, most likely, and we'll be back in about, say, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, to continue the action here at the Benjamin's Park, all out St. Lucia for 162. And it's lunch now, of course. We'll take a short break, we ourselves here in the combox. And when we come back, we will continue the action, the ball-by-ball action of this encounter between Dominica and St. Lucia. In the meantime, stay tuned. Don't go away. St. Lucia was bowled out earlier for 162 in 42.1 overs. Dominica, of course, is chasing and currently doing Lewis and Alex Armstrong at the crease, opening the batting for the native side. And the first ball is about to be bowled right about now. So at the top of his mark stands Tyler Vrenna. So Tyler Vrenna, there goes the first ball outside the off stump. He ignores this one. And Lewis is the man on strike. Doing Lewis, left-hander, can be quite aggressive at times. But in this chase, of course, he might have to curb some of that aggression. So just regular, normal cricket should take them over the line. 163, of course, they need to get. It will be interesting to see how they reply. And Luis to receive on the nod length. Good ball outside the off stump. Good length ball. Just outside the off stump. Of course, the batter ignoring this one totally. Having a look at the bowler, I suspect. And rightfully so, as an opener, you have to have a look. Just do a little study of the new ball, its movement, the pace of the bowler, the bounce. They are playing on the eastern wicket now. And this time he's very watchful on the front foot, but can't score. So still a very fine day for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park. Brilliant sunshine. Sun is out in all of its glory. And it has been so ever since the morning, the early hours of the morning. And hopefully it can continue like that. We expect it, of course, to continue like this, given that we are in the peak month of the dry season, April. We've seen some scattered showers, of course, yesterday and the day before, over the weekend. But generally, you expect dryness at this time of year, especially in April. Luis is looking to drive, not getting hold of this one. Timing is off. The ball came a little quicker than he anticipated. So, of course, the bowler had an extra half a yard of pace on that particular ball. It was very well up as well. So sometimes what appears to be a low full toss could be a Yorker length delivery. So good length and it's ball there! Castle there! Unexpected there, going through his defenses. And the St. Lucians are celebrating this early wicket. Dominica won for no score. Luis still can't believe that he has been dismissed in that manner. Remained at the crease for a while, looking, trying to understand what transpired. But it was a hell of a delivery. What a superb piece of bowling there to get rid of the dangerous Doing Luis. Of course, not sure if the ball kept low or moved, but the replays will certainly reveal what transpired there. But it appears as if he was totally bewildered by that delivery, knew nothing about it. Meantime, Aiden Burton will join Armstrong in the middle. Seems to be in good form at the moment. Had a half century over the weekend and scored 30 odd thereabout in his last match. I think that was on Sunday. So there is expectation from him, this lad. Earlier, of course, performed quite well with the ball as an off spinner. But right now, a lot is required of him, given this early loss of wicket. Unexpected, of course. Dwayne Lewis did not trouble the scoreboard. And so Aiden Burton has more responsibilities now. Extra now, signal wide by the umpire. Of course, Tyler Brenner already picking up his first wicket. So Dominica has some rebuilding to do now to try and repair that damage that was done. And that will really show their character. Because there's a certain pressure that is placed on the top of the batting, especially the number 3 and number 4 batters, whenever they lose openers very early in the innings. So, of course, this is really going to show their character, their mental toughness, so to speak, as they try and rebuild the innings after this early loss. But it's the end of the over, and after the first, it is 2 for the loss of 1. Dominica is chasing, remember, 163 made by St. Lucia. So the St. Lucia was bowled out for 162. And in reply, Dominica is 2 for 1. Joseph is the bowler into the attack. Nathaniel Joseph, that is. And he'll be coming in from the northern end. Bowling to Alex Armstrong. It appears the bigger lad of the two. And of course, Nathaniel Joseph will be operating from over the wicket to him. Tall, lanky fellow. Good ball, good pace, good bounce. Ball going across the right-hander there. And the bowlers seem to be pumped up right now. And that's what early wicket does. Boost your confidence. So you can see that there's a heightened spirit on the field as a result of that early wicket. And usually such is the case. As Joseph runs into the right-handed Armstrong. And again, he ignores this one outside the off stump. Seems to have some nip off the surface. Joseph is really bending his back here and producing some pace. Running from just inside the 50-yard circle. Good length ball again. Seems to be consistent at landing the balls in the right areas at the good length ball. And that is what is required, of course, when you're bowling to the top order. Consistent, good lines and lengths. Otherwise, you will have a very long day out in the field bowling. Because these do not make as many errors at the top. So you will have to force the errors by bowling very well, consistently. Alex Armstrong, from what I've seen from him so far, has the ability to spend time at the crease. So in his last match here at the Benjamin Park, he demonstrated that, spending quality time at the crease and forging partnerships with a number of the top of the batters. So right now that is required of him in this particular situation, having lost an early wicket. So right now it's a rebuilding stage, and right now his batsmanship is required as far as spending time there, and very good bowling there. So far we've seen superb bowling there by the tall fellow, but this time it's wide. Good line, good length. Just a little off, too wide outside the off stump. Of course, was judged wide by the umpire. Perhaps he's getting some movement as well of the new ball swing, as it were. So he needs to bring it closer to the batter, and perhaps occasionally bring it right up. And this one seems to be closer. 3 for 1 after 2. Tyler Venner continues from the southern end, and he's running into Burton, Aiden Burton, the consistent Aiden Burton. Good length ball, just getting a little bit more bunks than the batter expected. Ball hitting high up on the bat. So that is a clear indication that there is some bunks. He's extracting some bunks from the surface. That is Tyler Venner. Another good delivery outside, but wide, signals umpire. So just missing his line on this occasion. The length was good, but not the line. So he has to make that adjustment. Because there are 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a deep fine leg. There's a third man straightish. There's a man at backward point on about the 30-yard circle, driving but not making contact on this occasion. There is a mid-on shortish, a mid-off short. So the fielders on the on and off side are not very long at all. Near the wicket, several yards inside the 30-yard circle. There's a short mid-wicket as well. Short and lifting delivery. Burton had to drop his bat on that last occasion there. So the bowler is really extracting some decent bunks from the surface and making it very uncomfortable for the left-hander. But he was equal to the task at the last moment, just dropping the bat. And he works this one around the corner, but will only get 1 for it. So Burton is still looking positive despite that good bowling spell so far. Still looking positive, looking to play shots, looking to take advantage of scoring opportunities. So that's a good sign, at least for him. So it's 5 without loss, and of course this single brings Alex Armstrong into strike. He's not yet off the mark, has faced 6 deliveries so far. somewhat defensive in his approach. Alex Armstrong, still not yet off the mark. I should really try and work the ball into the gaps, especially during the power play. Most of the fielders are within the 30-yard circle. There are only 2 men outside the circle. And currently, there's one at long at fine leg, deep fine leg, and ban. 5-yard loss, or 5 for 1 rather, after 3. So 5 for 1 after 3. Of course, remember the story is that St. Lucia won the toss and opted to bat first, posting 162 on the board. In reply, Dominica is 5 for the loss of 1. Still a very splendid day for cricket. Brilliant sunshine streaming down here at the Benjamin Park. You won't get it better than this. Perfect conditions for play. Of course, the park is surrounded by some beautiful trees as well. Trees which possess history. They've been there for a very long time, even before I was born. And many of us, actually, before we existed. And some of these trees are still standing near the park. Joseph continues and is bowling from around the wicket, looking to angle the ball back and perhaps straighten it at times. Burton, the left-hander. Shortish, and Burton is working this one around the corner towards mid-wicket, and they will get a couple, it appears, of course, and they will get it. Of course, Burton is still looking to score, still very positive despite the fiery spell of Joseph. Still looking to pick the gap and capitalize on scoring opportunities. So Burton is not going to remain in the shell here. And that is the mindset, of course, that batters should have. Always look to score. So yes, the bowling is good. And again, taking another single there. So far, very good batting there by Aidan Burton. Meantime, Armstrong is still not yet off the mark, having faced 8 deliveries already. He should really look to pick the gaps more often than not. Alex Armstrong. And again, ignoring this one outside the off stump, and it's wide. As the umpire does some exercise. 9 for 1. Let's go. Two slips and a gully. There's a man at point. Fine leg. Third man. Mid on, mid off. And again, allowing this one to go by outside the off stump. Because Alex Armstrong is allowing the bowler to come to him. It doesn't appear as if he's going to play anything that's outside the range of his stump. So Joseph. And this time he's driving, but can't beat mid off. Armstrong seems to be a very solid batter, but just needs to increase his strike rate. Looking to pull in the air, and the catch is taken there. Armstrong is gone. Looking to pull, was beaten there by the pace of the delivery. Short ball, wasn't able to execute well enough to get the ball away. The ball just lobbing back to the bowler, caught and bowled, and Alex Armstrong goes. Dominica losing their second scalp. 9 for 2, the score. Of course, Fontaine, the captain, is making his way to the middle to join his partner. And that is Aiden Burton. Of course, just to bring you an update as to what's going on down there in Grand Bay at Geneva. Grenada is 12 for free after after 7 overs thereabout. 7.4 overs. Yes, so after 7.4 overs, Grenada is 12 for free. So that's the latest from Geneva. 12 for free. Meantime, here at the Benjamin Park, Dominica is 9 for 2, having lost their opener, Dwayne Lewis. And Burton, of course, ignores this one again outside the off stump. Very watchful, very deliberate, and that's not a bad sign at all. Has already produced a half century thus far, and another good knock of 30 thereabout in his second match. So he seems to be in some good form at the moment, Aiden Burton. And he's driving inside edge of the bat, and they will settle for just one. Of course, Burton looking to drive towards the onside, towards mid-on perhaps, but instead finding the inside edge down towards backwards squaring. So Werner continues, and this time from around the wicket. There's an appeal for leg before, and of course the umpire ignores the appeal. And of course signaling leg by there Umpire Rogers Larocque, standing umpire. Seems as if the bowler is getting a little bit of movement through the air. Of course, that brings the captain, Fontaine, into strike. Usually a very solid batter. Technically sound player. Of course, after 5, it is 12 for 2. Joseph, short, and he's pulling towards mid wicket, and it's going down to the boundary. It's 4 more. Burton is in no nonsense mood, of course, looking to take advantage of anything that's short, and on that occasion, executing to perfection towards the fence. So, despite the fiery, good bowling and good start by St. Lucia, Burton, of course, has been very watchful, just looking out for every chance he gets to score runs, be it singles, be it doubles, or even boundaries. So that's a very, very positive mentality that the youngster has. Looking to score despite the challenge of good bowling. So he's not going to back down. Burton, the half century already so far in the tournament, just to remind you. And his last knock produced about 30. A Yorker length delivery outside the off stump. Joseph, of course, picked up the 1 wicket already. And he's 2.2 bowled so far. 16 for 2 to score. Joseph. Edge and through the slip down towards third man, and he'll get 1. Fontaine is on strike now. The captain. Joseph. Good length, back of a length, and Fontaine is in defense and can score. Because Fontaine is another such player who is very solid, doesn't give it away so easily, and has had some significant contributions so far to the scorecard of Dominica in all their matches so far. Very reliable player. Fontaine. Good delivery. Beating Fontaine there. There must have been some movement on that ball. Going through his defenses. Joseph is really looking good as a bowler. Fontaine, of course, has something to think about now after that delivery. Back of a length, looking to pull in the air. A third man is running towards his left. The ball falling short. And, of course, he gets away with that. But Fontaine, of course, was looking to pull towards mid-wicket. Of course, he was beaten by pace. The ball lobbing towards the third man area. And, of course, he wasn't able to make the catch. So, the score moves to 18 now. 18 for the loss of 2 after 6. So it seems as if the ball is coming a bit quicker than the batters expect. One of the batters went, caught near the wicket, looking to pull. The ball coming faster than he expected. And again, we are seeing Fontaine almost getting caught at third man. The ball coming quicker than he anticipated. So there seems to be half a yard of pace more than the players expect. Of course, we must recognize our medics team. We have 2 nurses on site. We have Clara Joseph and Rachel Barron, who are present here in the stands, of course, in case of injury, along with Miss Wyke. So all 3 of them are there in the stands. Short of a length, and the batter is equal to the task, just guiding this one towards backward point, and they can score. So very good bowling so far by St. Lucia. Not making it easy at all for the home side. Tyler Vernon has one already. Nice shot down the ground, but will find mid-off, misfield, and that allows for the single. So good looking stroke there, but was only able to get one for it. It was a lowish full toss, and just presenting the full face of the bat down the ground. 20 for 2 the score. Verna just botting his run there, and rightfully so. Burton, he's on 10 of 15, strike rate of 66. The left-hander, all-rounder. Batting all-rounder. Looking to drive through the offside, through cover. And the call is 2, and they will get it. Burton is looking good so far in his brief knock of 12 of 16. Already has been playing positively ever since the start of his innings. Vena, short, and he's pulling, but there's a man down there in the way, and will only get 1 for it. So he's looking to take on the St. Lucian fast bowlers, especially whenever they pitch short. So he's not shy at all when it comes to playing the pull shot. Superb delivery there. Just removing some pace on this one. And the ball going past the outside edge after 7. It is 23 for the loss of 2. So the current run rate is 3.3 runs and over. And the required run rate is 3.3. So of course they have no reasons to feel pressured at the moment. Just continue batting, but they must check the fall of wickets because that can make a difference, of course, in the whole scenario. You can't afford to lose too many more wickets. You have to build a partnership from here on while maintaining your run rate or increase it even better without losing too many wickets. So Fanny's beyond Fanny's is the new bowler into the attack, another fast bowler, and is operating from the northern end. That is the Cabrit side end, and is moving from the 30-yard circle. Has a pretty long run up, and of course Burton just ignores it outside the off stump. Very interesting bowling action and run up. That's Fanny's. Has a longish run up. Fanny's to Burton. Short, and Burton allows this one to go by wide. So he's generating some good pace here. Fanny's is generating some decent pace, and is coming all the way from the 30-yard circle. So he seems to be a very fit lad, but he's generating some good wheels of the surface. Fanny's. And this one is outside the off, passing the outside edge there. Burton at the very last moment looking to drop his bat. So that's a very interesting run up. At the point of delivery, in his action, there seems to be something similar to that of the long bowler from Australia. What's his name? That's fast bowler. I'll get that name soon for you. But just at the point of delivery, as if he's throwing the javelin. Quick ball in the air, chance of a catch, and he's taken. Beaten by pace there from Fanny's. Burton is out caught, gone for 12. And Dominica now is 24 for the loss of 3. Really did not negotiate this one there. It was quick, it was shortish, and Burton was looking to pull it away, but was beaten by pace and bounce. Was only able to find the man at mid-off, just inside the circle. So Dominica losing their 3rd wicket. And at this stage, of course, they have to be careful. Fanny's. finding the edge there. The ball going straight to first slip. They can't score. So Fanis, of course, in his last match picked up a few wickets. Was brought in at the 21st over. So he's not the bowler that is given a new ball, but he seems to be quite effective whenever he comes on. Fanis. Good ball, good length, good line. And the batter is in defense and can score. So Kellan Christmas joins Fontaine. So right now there's a left-right combination at the crease, and that should make it a bit more difficult for the bowlers in terms of calibrating their lines and lengths, adjusting from one batter to the next. Full toss, but it appears to be below the waist, so no ball is not signaled. And it's the end of the over. After it is now 24 for the loss of 3. In the air, and it's caught! And St. Lucia is going through the top order. The 4th wicket now, 24 for 4. And they are celebrating there with loud voices. Fontaine goes caught in the silly. Of course, the ball lobbing off his bat. Not sure if he was surprised by that delivery. The bouncer, perhaps he was undone by bounce and wasn't able to control it, to keep it down. And easy catch taken there. Dominica is in a bit of a bother now. $25 for the loss of 4. Dominica is in some bother right now, having lost some early wickets. And we are seeing the appearance of Davis. Nian Davis has joined Kellan Christmas. And of course, Davis is on the back foot this time. And they really need to do some consolidation now at the crease. They need at least 2 or 3 good partnerships, solid partnerships. And there's plenty of overs left. Only have 6 wickets left, and so right now you need something special from either this partnership or the next. The ball passing near the bowler's hand, almost a cotton ball situation there. Again, Davis. Yes, Davis looking to drive, but was bitten by pace there. So Venner is really troubling him now. He's been bothered by some pace there. That's Christmas. Driving splendidly through the offside. It will go to the fence. Out of nowhere, a spectacular looking shot. Crouching and driving square of the wicket. And it's 4 more. That's certainly a shot of the highest class. You won't see it get too much better than this, I guarantee you. 30 for 4, the score after 9. So Dominica, of course, losing some early wickets there and under immense pressure at the moment, chasing just 162. So right now, I'm sure St. Lucia will fancy their chances in this match of coming up on top. But if Dominica can get a very good partnership now, or 2 good partnerships, perhaps they can turn this into a victory. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Farnis. And he's driving, but shot mid on is in the way. Because Davis is showing some aggression there, but can't beat the fielder. We'll need to pierce the gaps, especially now only 2 men are outside the 30-yard circle. So piercing the gap right now would certainly be to his advantage. If he could perhaps just close the face a little bit more with a straightish bat. Farnis, and he allows this one to go outside the off stump. Farnis picking up the 1 wicket already in his 1.2. Has only conceded 1 run so far. So just looking to add a few more to his tally of wickets there. Davis to receive from the sudden end. Short, looking to pull, and the catch almost taken there by First Lip. The ball going over the head of the keeper, and First Lip diving to his left there, but wasn't able to get to it. So one more to the total. 31 now for the loss of 4. So they seem to be having some difficulty with the bowlers, the fast bowlers. He was a bit late there on that shot, waiting for pace, perhaps half a yard or so. Fanis from the 30-yard circle. Short again over the head of the batter. And no signal from the umpire. Two slips and a gully. Backward point. Cover. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. Fine leg. Deep on the boundary. Fanis. Short. Outside the off stump. And the batter ignores it. So Fanis continues with his aggression. And I'm sure occasionally he might just try and bring it up as a surprise element, bringing the Yorker. So he has been bowling short and back of a length. Christmas to receive. Back foot and can score. 31 for 4 after 10. Still a very good day for cricket here. Bright sunshine. Of course, the temperature has increased, a bit hotter now. But there's also a gentle breeze blowing across the grounds. But conditions are perfect for play. Dominica has to do something special now from here on to make this target possible. So Wilson is the new bowler. Liam Wilson. And he's a leg spinner, so he'll be operating from the northern end, number 1. Actually from the southern end. So it will be interesting to see how he fares out here on this surface. It will also be interesting to see how the batters respond given the situation, and see how they fare out against the leg spinner. Short, and looking to work this one towards mid wicket. That ball was a short ball. The batter really should have capitalized on that. Should have been much earlier in the stroke play. Short again, and the towards mid wicket. And it goes all the way for 4. This time, it did not make a mistake, capitalizing and finding the boundary up there at mid-wicket. So, of course, he corrected his error the first time. The ball before could have been treated in a similar fashion. I'm sure he must have realized that, and of course, this time around, he did not miss out. So Davis is on 6 now of 7 deliveries. So he has shown that he is quite capable of playing that pull shot. Small man, but has some strength in his arms. Shot again, but this time more towards the offside. Wilson from over the wicket. And of course, draws the batsman forward this time. Wilson. And again, draws the batsman forward in defense. So he has adjusted his length. And this time, Davis ignores this one outside the off stump. After 11, it is now 35 for the loss of 4. So we'll take a break right about now. It's time for drinks. And of course, we'll be back shortly for the rest of the action. Stay with us. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Benjamin's Park, of course. This clash between St. Lucia and Dominica. Dominica currently at 35 for the loss of 4 wickets in the 12th over. So just 2 more balls left in this over. Fanny's, of course, has been bowling a very fiery spell. Has picked up the 1 wicket, conceded only 2 runs so far in his 2.4 overs bowled. And really has a very long run-up, moving in from the 30-yard circle. Up in the air, chance of a catch. Who's going to take it? No, the ball falling in no man's land. Near the wicket, mid-wicket, wasn't able to get to it. But Fannis is certainly causing problems for the batters. Bounce and pace is never the easiest. And Fannis is able to extract bounce from the surface, and he's bothering the batters. Fannis looking to add to his tally of wickets here at the Benjamin's Park. Over the wicket, good length just outside the off stump, and the batter wasn't able to negotiate on this occasion. 35 for 4 after 12. So Dominica, of course, under immense pressure now, having lost early wickets. Top order gone. And also the captain is back in the hot. Did not trouble the scoreboard much. Burton is gone as well. Some of the key batters. And batters that are in form, by the way. They are all back in the hot. So that's really going to test the character of the remaining batters. The lower middle order is going to be tested here, especially against the spinners on the surface. The surface seems to be spin friendly, and the batters have to try and negotiate that spin well. Appeal for leg before, and of course umpire Rogers Larrock is unmoved. I think the batter was mainly beaten there by flight rather than lateral spin. So the spinner, a leg spin, and well pitched up, of course. At first considering a single, but was aborted by the non-striker. So it seems to be varying his lengths at the moment. That's the leg spinner. Good length outside the off stump, just moving away from the right-hander, and that brings us to the end of the over. 35 for 4. It is still. Fannis continues operation from the northern end. Over the wicket. Good length ball, and The batter, of course, allowing this one to go by. Picking up the line very early and making the right decision, not risking it. These two will really have to put up a very good partnership from here on. They are in trouble, under immense pressure, having lost 4 wickets already. It's not the nicest of situation to be in as a batter. You literally feel the pressure of the scoreboard, and so it tests your mental strength, your mental fortitude, your concentration. Everything is tested here. So it's going to test the strength of this pair of batters. That will really show the character of their batsmanship, how strong they are as batters, if they can survive here on and produce a good partnership. It will certainly reveal something about their character as batters, as their mental toughness. Their skill as well. And beaten outside the off. So just looking to drive there, slightly on the up, but the ball going past the outside edge. So Fanny's, of course, has been generating some decent pace here, running in from the northern end. Yes, the last match he was brought in at the 21st over. So he's not the man who opens the bowling with the new ball, but whenever he gets the ball, it's quite effective. Good length ball, but on about the leg stump. And the batter is in defense to no avail. Still a very good day for cricket here at the Benjamin's Park. Brilliant sunshine streaming down beautifully from the cosmos. Of course, the sky is allowing such lovely light to come down at the Benjamin's Park here. We're in the dry season. We expect such weather, fine weather, at this time of year. In such conditions, of course, it's looking to add to his tally of wickets. Back of length again, the batter once more ignoring it outside the off stump, and rightfully so. Of course, 2 slips are in place. A gully, backward point, just inside the 30-yard circle. There is a mid-off. Cover, it appears. And just in front of square on the onside, and in place. Fanny's over the wicket. And this time, the umpire does some exercise as he signals wide. So Fanny's does not really pitch the ball up. He maintains a back of a length, short line, length rather. So back of a length to short. So that's his sort of bowling. Back of a length to short. And he keeps that, he maintains that. Well, his fitness will have to be tested here. Because it takes a lot more. It takes a lot more to produce the short ball, more energy to produce the short ball than regular deliveries. So Vincent Lewis is back in the comebacks with me. I was trying to invite Brian Joseph, but he's a bit shy. But Vincent Lewis, of course. Oh, this one is pulled away, all the way for 6. What a shot that was out of nowhere. He decided to have a go, got the middle of the bat, and this one sailed away over deep, fine leg for 6.
A wonderful shot there by Kellan Christmas. Beautiful. Just leaning back, allowing the ball to get just past his right ear and swiveling onto it and getting it over the deep fine leg. 6 more runs to Dominica's total.
Yes, certainly. Vincent Lewis, that reminds me of you playing the pull shot.
Definitely, Compton.
That's the shot that you really fancy.
Definitely.
Yes, so we are seeing Dominica trying to, bounce back from these early loss of Wicket. Trying to, post a partnership that would, lead towards a rebuilding of the innings, so to speak. And set them in a place where perhaps they could go for the kill, go towards the target.
It's important that these two batters just soak up some balls, soak up the pressure, and rebuild for the Dominica team.
Yeah, certainly, because there's plenty of overs left. And this one goes behind, square, fine. And the batters will come over for the second. So 2 more to the total here. Yeah, certainly there are plenty of overs left. And of course, these two will only have to try and battle time, as you quite rightly pointed out.
Yes, Crampton. So far, so good for these two. I mean, they've been doing well since they came in. Looking to leave balls and apply themselves. Play the ball on its merit.
The leg spinner. Of course, this leg spinner has been posing some difficulty. So, be watchful to this leg spinner. Seems to be consistent with his lines and lengths and getting some purchase as well of the surface, getting some drift. Has good flight as well, recently. So they have to be careful that he doesn't beguile them. So, and he's also keeping the ball very close. So he's not giving them too much weave that they can cut on the back foot. So he keeps it on about the range of the stumps. So his movement is between the 9 inches range and just outside the off stump, perhaps about the 6th stump, thereabout.
I think he's taking a leap from the Dominican spinners, Crampton. He saw what they did, just kept it simple on that length around the 4th and 5th stumps. And that is what he came in doing for his team and building pressure.
45 it is for 4 after 15. 45 for 4.
Real slow going here for the Dominicans, but it's important that they don't throw their hands away and continue chipping away at the total, as it's not that big of a total.
Yes, of course, their current run rate is 3.3 runs and over. But don't think they will need more than that if they remain at the crease and bat long. So if they bat time, as you said earlier, then going at 3.3 shouldn't be a problem.
As long as they don't lose more wickets. As long as they
keep their wickets in hand. But at the same time, you still need to try and capitalize on scoring opportunities. So when the run scoring or the boundary scoring opportunities present themselves, you should take advantage of them. So you don't want to just rely on 3.3 or 3 runs and over, which is more or less what is required to get to the target. But if they present deliveries that can be hit to the boundary, you hit them. Another spinner into the attack. So Neil Poyet is the spinner into the attack from the northern end. So it's all spin now, Vincent Lewis. Yes, so we have off spin and leg spin in action.
Like I was telling you this morning,
Yeah.
the Dominicans have
Yes, certainly, Vincent Lewis. It's always better to have the off spinner ball to the left-handed batter as he takes the ball away from the left-handed batter and makes it more difficult. So, very good observation there, Vincent Lewis. Now you have an off spinner ball is coming back into him. It's much easier to negotiate. The batter can play the ball with the spin. But had he been bowling to the left, so to speak. So if he can read the spin, negotiate the amount of, but he bowls the ball both ways, it seems, Vincent Lewis. Larrard is still contemplating a square leg. He did not raise the fingers, Vincent Lewis. What's going on here, Vincent Lewis? Yes, very, very close indeed. Perhaps he crossed the line of the return crease on time. So,
but the umpire's decision
is final. So
let's move on with the game.
And remember, he doesn't have to. His whole body doesn't have to reach inside of the crease. He could be outside the crease, and his bat is inside. All right, so that's one thing in quick time, in real time, that sometimes we don't consider. The bat could be extended while he's approaching the crease. So the batter himself, the whole is outside the crease, perhaps a whole foot away, foot and a half. But the extension of the bat can make it look like as if he's run out. But no, the bat crossed the line on time. And sometimes that's the case. So sometimes it's just an illusion by what we see, and it's not really the reality. This is back of the arm. This one is coming from behind the hand. So sometimes he bowls the off break, and other times he bowls the leg break. So he has two different types of deliveries. Back of the arm again. In the air, and it's a cut! My goodness! So Dominica losing another scalp here to the leg spinner. And it's all going wrong now for the local side. Vincent.
Yes, Crampton. I thought that was a poor shot by young Kellan. Not allowing the ball to come to him and just pushing it. Not looking to be aggressive, just pushing, and the ball popped up straight to the man at the covers. Dominica lose another wicket. 47 for 5. We're in a bit of a trouble here, Compton.
Yeah, certainly. We are in all sorts of trouble now. 47 for the loss of 5 in the 16th over. Still need 116 to win. So we are quite a distance away from the target. And already losing 5 wickets. So the top order is blown away. And that's not what you want. That's not the most ideal situation at this stage of the match, where your top order is blown away already at this stage of the innings. So things are starting to swing towards St. Lucia now at this stage of the match. Fanny's. Yes, Fanny's. Yes, certainly. Yes, certainly. You're quite right on that, Vincent. But it's another spinner into the attack, leg spin. And he's driving back to the bowler, who does a fantastic piece of fielding there. So Wilson is back into the attack. He continues from the third length. And Davis It appears to be on strike. Full toss. And he's pulling this one towards mid wicket in front of square. And he gets 4. Rightfully so. Taking advantage of this freebie and getting 4 more for this. So Davis, of course, really capitalizing here on this gift of Vincent Lewis. Wilson, and this time Davis is checked by that delivery. Another full toss, and he slaps this one away towards mid wicket, and it gets to the fence. 4 more for Davis, showing some aggression at this stage, and rightfully so. Much needed boundary, Vincent Lewis. Yes, so to the right and to the left of mid wicket. And this time driving, but well fielded there by both the fielders, the bowler and mid off. And of course, that takes us to the end of the over. And at this stage, it is now 55 for the loss of 5 after 17 overs. Currently going at 3.2 runs and over. Still need 108 runs for victory of 198 balls. Davis is on 17, and of course Valmore is not yet off the mark. So Dominica played a few good shots just a few deliveries ago, but are still very much under some pressure here. Still there's to be done. It's not going to be an easy task. It's still uphill for the home side. Hopefully this pair can build a partnership, and perhaps the other partnership can really take them closer home. But at this point, it doesn't look very good for Dominica, despite the few good shots that we've just seen. So this partnership is a very crucial one.
Yes.
You lose another wicket here, and that perhaps can even define the match.
Yes, Crampton. We have Nian Davis and who's the next? Kenny Valmont at the wicket right now.
Valmont.
Nian Davis and Kenny Valmont.
Valmont is on strike now. Leg spin, back of the arm, good length. On about the stop, and the batter is in defense. Good length, back of the arm, and he's given out leg before Dominica. Again, losing another wicket. On target, the leg spinner. Davis on the back foot playing defense, missing this one in front of the stumps, and of course, without any hesitancy, the umpire raising that dreaded finger. Dominica losing another scalp. 55 it is now for the loss of 6. Vincent? Yes, certainly. He really should have been on the front foot playing to this particular delivery. He had no time to go back. And that's the mistake sometimes batters make. They feel that they have enough time to play back. But the length did not allow that. So it was a leg spinner. There must have been some forward spin on it. So it came a bit quicker on pitching. And I think that is that's what did the trick. He should have been on the front foot, like you quite rightly said. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, certainly. Well, Dominica is in all sorts of bother now. St. Lucia is really looking to pick up their second victory here. Leg spin, good length. Oh, and this one flies past slip. And the batters, of course, will take two. Two is the call. And that's the son of the former president of Dominica Cricket Association, Glenn Joseph. Uh, oh, quite interesting. So, former captain of the under 15, and he's on strike now. Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see. The situation is different now, and this one peeling off the edge, and two is the call, and they get it. Yes, they are in serious trouble now. That is the home side, Dominica. 6 wickets down, only 4 wickets are in the hut, and there's still a lot of work to do to get to the target of 162. Davis is still at the crease, looking good. Can Joseph provide some good support and himself contribute in order to take them closer to what appears at the moment to be almost impossible? Cody Fontenelle. So that's the bowler, Cody Fontenelle. Cody Fontenelle. And also slow bowling. So we're going to see some more slow bowling. Leg spin, it appears. And he's coming in from over the wicket to Davis. Short, and Davis is on the back foot. Just punching towards short mid, and they can't score. So Davis seems to be well set now, Vincent Lewis. He needs people to remain there with him if they are to get anywhere near the target. Leg spin, good length, and is equal to the task. Technically sound shot there. Bat and pad close together. Really showing some batting prowess there. Vincent Lewis.
Yes.
Good length ball. And it's equal to the task. Very good balance. I like his balance at the crease. He's not falling over. And that's a good sign. This time he slug sweeps towards mid wicket. Oh, what a magnificent shot that is! That's a perfectly executed shot, Vincent Lewis.
Getting down on the knees and sweeping it in front of square. Fielder in the deep had no chance. Looks like Ian is getting into his own this afternoon.
I told you that he said. I saw all the signs of a set batsman. Good length, and he's driving down the ground very comfortably. So Davis, of course, only needs people to bat around him right now. They have to, someone indeed. He's batting on a different surface and he's facing different bowlers. $63 for 6 the score. Wilson. Poet continues his work from the northern end over the wicket. Driving pass. The silly for 4. Diving effort there by the fielder posted near the bat. Or at silly mid-off. But that wasn't enough. Of course, the ball flew past him in a flash. And of course, got to the fence. So 4 more to Dominica. And Joseph, of course, the son of Glenn Joseph. And he seems to have some good elbow grease in his shoulders. Well, his knock is required now more than ever. Oh, this one kept low. And of course, Joseph was quite watchful on that occasion. Made the adjustment on time. Yes, this one at that length really kept a little low. Perhaps. And again, similar length. And of course, he's on the back foot this time. So Joseph, his technique is being challenged now on about the stumps. Short. But this one has been quicker. And there was some bounce as well. Flighted, driving inside edge. It seemed as if he was trying to work this one towards the offside, but the ball off the inside edge went on the onside. $67 for 6 after 20. So that's the latest score here at the Benjamin's Park. 67 for the loss of 6. Davis, of course, is on 21 of 37 delivery. Looks apart. And Joseph is on 8, his partner, providing some good support there. On the other end, Davis is currently on strike. And he's beaten the outside, the off stump. There was an appeal for stumping, but it seemed as if he had enough of his foot behind the line.
Well bowled by the leggy Compton.
Yes, indeed. That was a superb delivery.
I must say these 2 leg spins from St. Lucia looked the part.
Yes, that was well flighted at good length, and the ball, of course, drifted away from the right-hander. Just luring him onto the front foot. And almost losing his balance completely there. Well fielded by the bowler himself. Davis just driving down the ground in the direction of long off, but the bowler, of course, intercepting this one there. Good ball again, good leg spin. And Davis, of course, is equal to that. Looking good against the spinners, Davis. Luis. Yes, certainly, Vincent Luis. We don't want to put that commentator's curse on Davis because he has been looking quite fantastic. Short. Looking to pull this one around, and it's given out! Short ball, and it seems as if this one was on about the stump. Davis looking to pull, missing, and of course the ball colliding into his pads, and umpire Rogers Larocque judged this one out. The finger went up. I don't think that was me at all. I think that was you. It's who said it first, actually. I think that was you. You place the curse on the man, Vincent Lewis.
Doing well, and then the very next ball.
Oh, that was after I came in and said that. I followed your comment. You know?
Now when I say
So-
this, I mean, we as commentators.
Yes, that usually happens even at all levels. I mean, even at the international level, we see that happen. After good things are said about a batter who is doing well, the next ball, he gets dismissed. And then the commentators, of course, they say, oh, you brought the curse on him. But the spinner has been bowling quite well, to give him some credit. And, of course, it's as a result of such good bowling, consistent good bowling, good line and length, good drift, good purchase of the spin of the pitch. So credit, of course, must be given to the spinner who was able to produce some fantastic, consistent deliveries and asking a lot of questions of the batter, drawing them forward. And I think eventually they got him out. But it was straight go delivery again. It was very much in line with the stumps. Well, sometimes those things happen, but I can tell you, I remember one time I was well set at the Chris Vincent race. I'm talking as a batsman now, a former batsman, opening batsman, and I was well set on a good score, decent score, going well, and the leg spinner flighted one to me on the stumps, short, but it was directly on the stumps. I felt I had enough time to come back and pull it wherever I wanted on the onside. Did you know I missed it? And that was the end of my innings. It was perhaps, at first when I saw it, the easiest ball to play. But I missed that ball on my stumps. And so that is perhaps what happened to him there. Perhaps he felt it was an easy boundary, perhaps he could put it towards mid-wicket. And the ball was on his wicket. It was short. It perhaps wasn't the best of deliveries, but it was in line with the stumps. So the ball was in line with the stumps. And he missed it. That's what happened.
Yes, Crampton.
It
Yes.
was in line with the stumps. That's what I'm saying. Short, but it's on your wicket. You can't miss it. So and he played totally across the line. Your bat is only 4 inches wide. So if his bat is only 4 inches wide, and you're going to be playing that shot across like this, not a vertical shot, it's not with a vertical bat, not perpendicular, but this way. That means you're reducing the surface of the bat when you play the pull shot. So that's what happened to him there, and 67 it is for the loss of 7. So Dominica is in a lot of trouble right now. It doesn't seem that they will get there anytime soon. In fact, the pendulum has swung towards St. Lucia at the moment. So Davies, of course, still looks good there. And it's another wicket, it appears. The 8th wicket going down. Dominica losing another scalp. 67 for 8. That's the current score here at the Benjamin Park. And it's all downhill now for the native side. Yes, simple mistakes. Elementary errors, I would say, of angling the bat and keeping the ball down and playing straighter with a more vertical bat, closing the face at the right time, playing forward instead of coming back. Elementary mistakes the batters are making, very basic mistakes. And we have already pointed out some of them. We have already identified some of these errors that they've been making. When they should be playing forward, they are playing back, and Well, I guess they'll have to go back to the drawing board. I'm sure they'll have their meetings after this match. It's not over yet, but the writing is already on the wall. But I'm sure they'll have meetings and they'll recap some of those errors and suggest solutions to them, especially the batters that made them. Yes, and that will be their first defeat. If they lose this match, that will be their first defeat. So still a good record, 2 or 3. Another wicket goes. Caught at first slip. Going back. Looking to caught. The ball peeling off the edge. And first slip, of course, takes the catch. $68 for 9 the score. Of course, 2 ducks in a row there, Vincent Lewis, for the native side in succession.
Yes, Crampton. I don't think the batters who just went had no idea how the ball was turning. You could see Doan just...
Of course, Dominica losing 2 quick wickets there and 1 not long before that. So 3 wickets going there in quick time and adding to their woes, their batting woe in this match. So St. Lucia most likely will be coming out on top in this match, having lost to Grenada over the weekend. So of course their statistic will now read, if they finally wins this one, 2-1. So 2 wins, 1 loss. That will be the record. And Dominica will have a very similar record as well. 2 victories and 1 loss. Flight here, and he swivels this one around, and it will go all the way, it seems. Yes, 4 more. The ball was slightly down the leg side, of course, just helping it away. And even this boundary is being applauded by the dressing room, despite the situation, Vincent. Good delivery. And the batter is equal to the task on this occasion. 73 it is for the loss of 9 wickets. And we are in the 23rd over, 22.4 to be exact. And of course, Joseph is on 10 and his partner. And that's the innings. Benjamin goes out caught. So all out it is. Dominica was bowled out for 73 in 22.5 overs. So, of course, St. Lucia having the better of the native side, the home side, winning this one handsomely. So, 73 all out. Of course, winning by 90 runs. So, Dominica going down in this encounter. here at the Benjamin's Park against St. Lucia. So St. Lucia right now is celebrating. Vincent Luis, your comments?
Yes, Crampton. I must say the St. Lucians pretty much dominated the bowling innings. Crampton, ever since they lost Dominica lost their first wicket in the first over, they had no choice, no chance of surviving against the Lucian attack. The bowlers kept it tight. The fast bowlers kept banging in the short balls, forced the batsmen to play shots, and then the spinners came in and wrap it up quickly for the Lucians. I must say, well played to the Lucians. Dominica need to go back, regroup, and look to come.
Yeah, certainly a very good bowling performance there by the St. Lucians. The fast bowlers did a very good job at the start, of course, and then it was capped off. It was finished off by the spinners who bowled fantastically and just wrapping up the innings for St. Lucia and getting the better of the Dominican side. So victory to St. Lucia as they go past each other now, shaking hands. And of course, Dominica will have to try and bounce back in the next match. St. Lucia, meantime, will be pleased with this victory as they recently lost to Grenada over the weekend. And I'm sure they'll be quite happy with this result here this afternoon at the Benjamin's Park. So, of course, stay with us still. Shortly, we will have a post-match interview or presentation where we'll recognize, of course, the man of the match and have a chat with both captains. Stay with us. Don't go away. All right, good afternoon again. This is Vibrant TV, and we're back here at the Benjamin's Park at the end of this wonderful match. Really stunning performance there by the spinners, especially of the St. Lucian squad. We saw some good performances up front from the fast bowlers, but it was the spinners, of course, who ended things and really made life difficult for the home side, that is Dominica. Of course, we have here Neil Poyet, who is going to be recognized or identified as the man of the match. Poyet, you got 4 for 11, 4 wickets for just 11 runs. Walk us through that performance there, which was so brilliant.
Well, I feel like it was a very good performance. I really enjoyed my teammates backing me. I just flied the ball as much as I could. Not as much as I could, but like I tried to fly the ball and just vary my pace.
All right. At what point did you really start believing that you guys could have won that match? I mean, Dominica really lost most of the wickets towards the second half. They had a fairly good start. It wasn't the fastest, but do you really believe that you could have pulled that out?
Yeah, we believe that because we believe in comebacks. We believe in changing the game. So when we saw the captain, well, Fontaine out, we felt like a push for us on a boost.
You know our victory coming from a defeat against Grenada over the weekend. So now your record is 2-1. So 2 victories, 1 loss. How does it feel now to be in that situation?
It feels very, very amazing. So we just have to try to push on and continue the good work.
All right, so there you have it. Man of the match, Poyet, Neil Poyet, of course, for his 4 for just 11 runs. Of course, we are going to have just a little chat with the losing captain, Fontaine, who went very early today. It wasn't your day today, Fontaine?
Nah, well, you're not going to have them days all the time, casco every day, but such is life, and you have to just look past it and continue in the future.
Before this defeat today, Fontaine, you had a perfect record, 2 of 2 victories of as many matches, but today wasn't to be.
Like I said, such is life. We just have to continue, do our best, keep going, and look towards the game against Grenada tomorrow and go and get a victory.
Well, Fontaine, all the best to you against in the next match, of course, and hopefully you can contribute this time with the bat. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, so right about now, we want to have a brief chat with Theo Edward, the winning captain of St. Lucia. So just going to have a brief chat with you. Theo Edwards, you came out on top today. Walk us through that. How do you feel?
Feel good. Feel really good. It's good to come back from a loss. It was a good fight today from the men, so I'm really happy, and hopefully we continue throughout the tournament.
All right, so now you're 2-1, 2 victories, 1 loss. I think Dominica has a very similar record. It seems as if right now your team and the team of Fontaine, that is the other captain, you have very equal records, and you might, I don't know if you might meet again, but how do you fancy your chances, of course, of winning this tournament?
Well, I backed my team way in this tournament, and from the way we're going this tournament already, I know that we could do it.
All right, this is the winning captain, Theo Edwards. Of course, didn't contribute much to the bat today. Had a good start of about 15 thereabout. Yes, and was very looking aggressive, but it wasn't his day today, and so he had to go back to the pavilion. But we want to congratulate Theo Edwards and his team, of course, for a very good victory here at the Benjamin's Park against Dominica. Cheers. Of course, well, with that, we wrap up things. That's it for today here at the Benjamin's Park. There's more action coming up tomorrow. So we invite you, of course, to join us for more live action here at the Benjamin's Park. Until then, bye.